All right, if you can hear me, if you wouldn't mind throwing a message in chat, I'd appreciate it. Perfect. Okay. We've got about 2 more minutes until we get started. That'll give us time to have a couple other people join if they're going to. So we'll go ahead and get started here shortly. I'm going to run the other room and I'll be right back. Alrighty, we're going to go ahead and get started. We had a couple more people signed up, but I'm guessing maybe they didn't make it, or they'll be on later.
We're going to go and get started. Again, this is recorded, so you'll get a recording of this probably Monday sometime. Just depends on when Zoom makes it available and I'm able to, cut out the launch and things like that, so it's a little more presentable. Michelle will be sending out a survey, I think, when this is over. Usually, probably either later today or Monday as well. If you guys get some time, if you wouldn't mind filling that out, I'd appreciate it. Kind of gives us an idea of what we need to add or take away or what we can do to improve the webinar. And I think that's really about it as far as announcements go. So if you just as a side note, because occasionally I get people who have the Forever Transfer Rep that will join this class. This actually goes over the digital factory software, which is the new software that we couple with the machines. I would assume that most of you have that software, but in case you happen to have the older software and you have Oki instead of a Crio, then you might have the section when we demonstrate the software is not going to make much sense to you. The rest of it will all be fine for you, but anyway, just so you're aware. If you guys have any questions, go ahead and throw them in chat. For a long time, I would have the mics open, but we would get a lot of really bad feedback and people couldn't hear, or people would forget to shut off their mics after they were done, or mute their mics after they were done asking their question, and it would be hard for people to hear and things like that. So I'm kind of leaving it to the chat. So if you have questions, throw them in the chat, and as I see them pop up, I will answer them. Any questions that come up. So with that, we're going to go ahead and get started. So obviously we're talking about the Crio white toner transfer printers. I usually like to start out by going over the different models that we have available. So that way you kind of know what your model's capable of. This first one is the C711. We don't actually sell it anymore. It's been discontinued. It's still supported, obviously, but it has been discontinued. But it has the cyan, magenta, yellow, and white toner in it. So it uses cyan, yellow, magenta to make black. So it's considered a manufactured black, so it's not a true black, but there's pretty close. So you don't usually have trouble. You usually can't tell between the two, but just so you're kind of aware how that works. Is you can use this one printer for light or dark garments, just like the other two we're going to mention. So since you have that white toner, it puts an underbase into there that allows it to show up on dark garments. So the largest print volume you'll get out of this one is 8.5 by 17. That is a custom size put out by Forever, I believe. And then I think Magitouch has a couple types of paper that fit that size as well. So that'll allow you to get a little bit longer prints and things like that. So the next printer I'll mention is the 8432, which is probably the most popular one we sell. It's kind of the mid-range. It's also a CMYW printer, so it does not have a black cartridge. So it uses cyan, magenta, yellow to make black, which again is not really any different than a true black. It's just the way that black is made. Sometimes you can have some issues whenever you have like humidity problems or things like that, and you'll notice your blacks are a little lighter than they should be, or you could have some density issues. These things are uncommon, but if you run into those issues, you'll notice your blacks aren't quite as dark or deep as you want them to be. But that being said, it's rarely an issue, and we're going to go over that in more detail when I start talking about how to troubleshoot your printer and things later on this afternoon. But anyway, so it is manufactured black, I guess is the long and short of it. It works on light and dark garment just like the other one. So it puts that white underbase underneath of your design. So that way it pops on, dark colored shirts. So because otherwise, if you didn't have that white layer, it would look really dark, faded. The colors wouldn't look right. It's kind of similar to what you get whenever you use sublimation on a dark garment and you get that dye migration, if any of you are familiar with sublimation. But anyway, that's why you have that white layer. And then of course the largest print size on this would be 11.8 by 19, which is also a custom size that Forever does. It used to be you could just get 11 by 17, but they were able to get a custom paper size that would kind of maximize your print volume or print space. So 11.8 by 19 is it's going to give you a little extra room there to mess with. So, and then the last one that we sell is the 9541. It is the largest of the three, definitely the most expensive of the three. It has all 5 toner cartridges in it. So it has a cyan, yellow, magenta, and white, and then also a black toner cartridge. So you're able to do true blacks with this one without mixing cyan, magenta, and yellow, which is kind of the one of the main selling features of this one. Color accuracy is a little easier that way too, and so that's a nice feature. It works with light and dark garments just like the other ones. You can actually put your white on the top or bottom of your print. So if you're printing on dark paper or something like that, if you're printing black business cards with text on them, you can actually do that with this printer, and your colors will come out fine because you can put that white base under your print from the start. So, so yeah, that's another feature of that. And of course, the largest print size that's going to be on this one is going to be the 13 by 19, which is the largest in the market. And actually, this is the only white toner printer on the market that has all 5 colors. So like even your eye color doesn't have a printer that does that. Your Epson's don't have a printer that does it. This is the only one on the market that actually does that, which is kind of cool. But that gives you kind of an idea what each of your printers are capable of. I'd just like to do a quick overview to start because, when you're in the sales process of purchasing one and everything, sometimes you don't hit all them details or things to that nature. So the next thing I want to go over is the different consumables that you can expect to change inside your printer over time. There's 4 main consumables. One is your toner cartridges, which is what you're going to be replacing the most often. And then you're going to have your drums, which is about twice as often, or not twice as often, but about every other time you change your toner cartridge, you're probably going to be changing a drum. So drums definitely last longer than your toner cartridges. And then the other 2 things that are changed on a very rare basis is your transfer belt and your diffuser. And you can obviously see you're looking at 60,000 prints on a transfer belt for the C711. I think I've got this number mixed up. I don't think it's 30,000. I think it's like 80,000 for the 8432. And then of course for the 9541, it's going to be 150. This is the same way. The fuser's the same way. I need to go back and double check those numbers. I think that's wrong on the 8432. So keep that in mind if you're using that. I think it's actually 50 or 80. Actually, you know what I think probably did? It was like, let me go back. I probably switched these 2 numbers. I need to fix that. But anyway, for the sake of this, just know that you're not going to replace these but every couple of years. And these you may get, even your cartridges, if you're not doing 1,000 prints a month, you're not going to be changing it within your first year. So for sure. So they last quite a bit. And that's a good thing about toner as opposed to ink. I don't know if any of you guys have worked with like sublimation printers, but ink goes very fast. You may get a couple hundred prints as opposed to a couple thousand prints on a ink based printer like a sublimation printer, so or DTG even. So the toner in these printers is going to last you significantly longer than what you would see in any other type of printer. So that's why some people are a little concerned because the consumables are $200 and $300. Like depending on which printer you have, you may pay $150 to $300 for a cartridge, but it's also going to last you years. So the cost is actually a lot lower. It's upfront, it's more, but if you look at how much you're getting out of that cartridge, you're getting a lot of prints out of it. I mean, compared to anything else. And something else to keep in mind: your printer comes with starter cartridges. All 3 of them come with starter cartridges, so they're not going to last as long as it would be a new cartridge. So just keep that in mind. It's usually like 30 to 50% full when you get it. And that's just to get you started. And you by then you'll have probably made your money to be able to purchase a cartridge anyway. So, but anyway, we're gonna move on from that. I just wanted you to have an idea. Well, I guess I should. One thing I usually like to mention too is what each of these does, so you have an idea of how everything flows through your printer. These toner cartridges obviously hold the toner, so they're kind of like a well that holds your toner. The drums are usually attached to the toner in some way, and the drum is what actually takes the toner and then lays it on the page. Your transfer belt will then carry that page through the printer as it's laying the toner, and then your fuser is the kind of the last thing that your print goes through to actually fuse that toner to the page. I don't know if you've ever picked up a piece of paper off of a toner printer, but it's usually hot. The reason is it's been fused. It's been heated up, and that toner's been fused to the paper. So, but anyway, that's kind of how everything flows through your printer and what each of these consumables does. So now I want to kind of get into the software. I realize I went through that first part pretty quick, and that's just because I'd like to give you kind of a quick overview of your printer itself. The digital factory, we're probably going to spend a good probably hour and a half in showing you all the different capabilities and tools and things of that nature. So don't think we're just breezing through everything. That first part's more of just for your benefit, so you have an idea of what your printer is capable of and what you can expect as far as consumables go. So like I said, the next part we want to kind of cover is the actual software. We're going to get into a demonstration here in a moment, but first I want to kind of show what kind of talk about file formats. So for the digital factory software, there are 10 formats it'll read, or I suppose it says it will read. To be honest with you, I stick to either PNG, or if I really need, if I'm working with like vector images, sometimes I'll do EPS instead, the reason being, like for instance, with PSD and PDF file formats, they work great inside the software until they don't, and then they get kind of wonky. So what happens is, like especially with PSD and PDF, and actually AI files too, if you don't save them correctly, your image is going to have like a background that you didn't expect, or the colors are going to be off, and then you've ended up wasting a piece of paper when you go to print it. And so I personally stay away from those three formats unless I know for sure it's not going to mess up. Just to give you an example of why, with the PSD format, that's a Photoshop format. So if you're using Photoshop, if you forget to remove a layer that you're not using, like for instance, if you put a background layer on there or a color layer on there to kind of get an idea of what it would look like on a shirt or something like that, and then you just turn that layer off instead of removing it, sometimes it will pop up in the image on the RIP software and print it with that background, which is unfortunate because then you've wasted a piece of paper, you have to start over. And so that can be frustrating. So I usually always export things out to PNG or EPS. And you can really use any editor you want. I just happen to use Photoshop, and that's why I mention it. So if you're using Corel, or if you're using Photoshop, Illustrator, GIMP, Photopea, whatever. I think some people even try to use Silhouette. If you have the paid subscription, you can actually save as a PNG. I will say Silhouette can cause some weird problems. So if you're using Silhouette, just know that you may have to, maybe a little bit of a learning curve. I mean, Canva is another one that people use. I mean, so there's just a lot of different options out there for editing softwares, but whatever it is, if you can save it as a PNG or like maybe an EPS, I usually use PNG, but those two are going to probably be your most stable, straightforward formats. But you can, like I said, you can use these other formats. And TIFF works really good too. I forgot about TIFF. TIFF works pretty good too. It is pretty stable as well. So TIFF, PNG, and EPS. I would stick to one of those three formats. Me personally, I prefer PNG. But anyway, less to worry about, less to fight with. They're just straightforward. PNG done. works every time. So we'll move on from that. So now I kind of want to get into the demonstration of the software, and this is where we're going to spend probably the majority of our time up until about lunchtime. And then once we finish that, we'll take our lunch, and it's usually about a 30-minute lunch, unless we're just running really far ahead, then we may have to do something a little like in 45 minutes or something like that. But after lunch, I usually like to come back and we'll talk about different papers that are available for your machine. I do have 2 demonstrations to show you about different process, different types of paper that I'll show you. We'll have, then I also like to talk about troubleshooting different issues that may come up, with your machines, so you're kind of ready for those if they happen. I mean, and when I say you're not going to spend your whole life troubleshooting this machine. Once you get the hang of it, it's pretty straightforward. But occasionally little things can pop up, and I guess my goal is to help you identify what maybe is going on. Again, I'm not expecting you to be a like a tech. You can always call us. You have lifetime support with your purchase, but I just figure some people like to might want to know a little bit more about what causes certain issues. But anyway, and then after that, I do talk about a little bit about designing for white tiller and some kind of tips and tricks to get the best prints. So that's all after lunch. Pretty quick topics for the most part. Like I said, this is going through the software is probably the longest thing we're going to do today. So I'm going to go ahead and open my digital factory. So give me just a moment here to get myself organized. And also, like I said, if you have any questions, throw them up anytime. If I'm working, and also if I'm going too fast on something, or I need to repeat something, or maybe clarify something, feel free to throw questions in the chat about it and let me know. I want to definitely keep that line of communication open, because I don't want to move away from something and then you not understand something and not ask, and then you're lost or whatever. Feel free to interrupt me in the chat, ask me questions. I have no problem answering them as we go along. And then right after lunch, I'll spend a little bit answering questions too that have come up as well. And then at the end of the session, I'll go ahead and answer questions as well. But I'll definitely stop in the middle if it's something we're working on and talk about it a little more, or go back and repeat something or clarify. Not a problem. So feel free to throw things in chat whenever you have a question come up or anything like that. So, okay. Anyway, let's see. Can everybody see my digital factory program here? Or do I have it on the wrong screen? I think actually I have it on the wrong screen. Let me fix that real quick for us here. Okay, now can everybody see it? Perfect. Okay, so this is Digital Factory. I'm going to go ahead and start fresh here. So this is what it looks like when you open your software. Some of you are probably already familiar with this. Mine's going to look a little bit different in these tabs because I have all the printers on mine, because I spend most of my day answering questions about them and testing things. So obviously I have all of them on here, but yours are going to be different. Like I have the 9541. Most of you probably have the 8432. But you'll notice up here, you'll have 2 tabs that say your printer's name and model, and then it'll say apparel, or actually it'll be on I think the blue one. It'll say actually, you know what? Do any of you have the 9541? The only reason I ask is because if nobody has it, then I'm going to remove it real quick. It'll make this a little bit easier, because with the C711 and the 8432, it's going to just have 2 tabs. With this, it's going to have all kinds of tabs that we don't need right now. What about you? Is it Yami? Oh, okay. So you're both in the same. Okay, so yeah, never mind. I was thinking earlier when I read it, you had someone on the same, just you were watching the monitor with, and there was another person in class. So I get it now. So 8432, perfect. I'm just going to remove the ones we're not going to go over real quick because I don't want to confuse you with all these tabs. The 9541 has some capabilities, not a lot, but a couple extra capabilities that your guys' firm doesn't have. Nothing crucial. You can accomplish a lot of the same projects, but it just has extra features that make it a little easier. Well, that's not what I want. So it would probably just make more sense to remove. No, what am I doing? Remove. Well, I thought this would be simple. I forgot I've got to remove the cues first. Remove. Okay. All right. So this will make it a little easy. So this will be exactly what you guys see in your software. So you'll have 2 tabs up here. One says photo, one says graphics. Well, I won't get into that right this second. I'll get into that here in a minute. So obviously this is your layout. This is where your jobs are going to be that you want to print. So you'll load them in, and then they'll be in this box here. This box here is basically things you've already printed, and it's keeping them temporarily in kind of archive in case you need to print them again. After like 7 days, it will go ahead and remove them. And then over here is going to be like your preview window. So this is where you can see what your print's going to look like. The one thing I will note about this preview screen is that it will look pixelated, and that's because you have to turn your quality up. This is just a preview screen. You're not going to see like a perfect image here. You'll notice I'm going to set this back to defaults so you'll see what I mean, because I have changed a couple things, and I'll show you how to change that here in a second. But if I were to load an image right now, let's just go with this box real quick here. Give it a second, catch up with us. Okay, see how pixelated that is? It looks like it's all got like made of little squares. You can see them really bad. That's not how the image actually looks. That is from just the preview being at a low resolution in order to save your computer's performance. Most of the time you can go to Tools, Options, and then your Preview options and hit very high and hit Save. And then when you load images in, they will be at a higher resolution. See how much better that looks? So that's just so keep that in mind. This isn't going to show you the raw image. It's going to show you like a generated preview. So it's not going to take up a ton of the performance of your computer. It lets things run a little smoother, things of that nature. Down here is where you're going to make all of your kind of technical changes. So like under Q, this is where you're going to choose your paper size and the type of paper you're going to print on. Page is going to be where you actually make changes to the page. So like you can also change the paper size here. If you didn't do it before you loaded the images in, you can select the page and change the size here if you want. You can put multiple copies. So if you want to print multiple copies of the same thing, you can change your copies here. And then your job tab is basically where you change the specific parameters of the image itself. So you can change the size of the image. You can create multiple copies to be on the same page. You can crop it. You can duplicate it, which is similar to copies, but it duplicates separate images so that you can edit the parameters of each image that you duplicated. And I'll go over this more in detail when we get to that portion. I just like to do kind of an overview of what you're looking at to start out with. But so anyway, that's what these 4 panels are going to be for. You can actually adjust these and move them wherever you want through with this little slider. You can move it over, you can move it that way. You can grab it with this middle one, which for some reason it's not letting me grab it. But maybe I think it's because I'm running a Zoom at the same time. Nonetheless, that's how you would, you can adjust these. You got little controls here that you can mess with. Oh, it's just being slow is what it's doing. But anyway, so now I'm going to go into all this up here. So we're going to start at the top left here. So you've got a file portion where you can actually click on import file, which this button does the same thing. And you can find files. So if you had to search your computer, you could search it through here if you wanted to. I find this to be a lot more, like if you couldn't find a file, you could technically type in the name here, like, I don't know, Fox, and you could search. I don't know. I don't really use this, to be honest with you, because I know where all my files are at. But if you wanted to search your computer for a specific file, you could use this search function. And you can see how it's searching through my hard drive to find everything that says Fox in the name. So that's it's kind of a neat feature. Not one I find myself using a whole lot, but if you just can't find an image you know is on your computer, if you remember the name of it, you can search it there. So kind of a neat little feature, but I don't really find myself using it. Of course, there's an exit button here too if you want to close the program. Otherwise, you can click on the red X just like any other program. Red X up here at the top right. And then, so that's really other than the file. Under Q, you're not really going to mess with any of this, to be honest with you. The only thing that you'll probably ever mess with is this manage queues portion. When you click on that, it takes you to this window, which you guys probably saw me messing with earlier. You really won't need to be in here unless your printer's not printing. If your printer, like you hit print and it just doesn't do anything, it says like port error, or it prints, or it acts like it's printing and then does nothing. This is the window you want to be in because you actually want to click on this drop down. And then mine doesn't show it because I don't have the printer actually connected to my computer right now. But if I had it connected and turned on, you would see the model name of the printer in this drop down list. You would then select it and then close it, and then that'll allow you to print. 99.99% of issues when it comes to the printer not printing is that right there, is that port. So, and the way I got to that was just Q, manage Q. There you go, right there. You can set these printers to print over a network. This is just kind of an extra thing I could do to tell you. If you hit Q, manage Q, and then go to TCP IP, you can find that printer on your network. Sometimes it won't show up here. So if it doesn't, you can actually input the IP address right here and then hit OK, and it will connect to it over your network. But most people use USB just because it's easier to use and it's a little more stable. So like if your router goes out, or if you're, if your router decides to randomly change the IP address of the printer or something like that, you're not lost. So USB just works. So most people will stick with USB, but it is nice having that capability to print it over your network. But anyway, all of that is controlled through this Q and manage Q. The rest of these features, it's not things you're really ever going to mess with because these are setting things globally. For the most part, when you could just do it inside of the individual image, you're not going to want to do things. You're not going to want to change those, to be honest with you. You can play with them all you want. Like you can set how much the max ink that your white ink that your printer will put out. Don't really want to mess with that. Otherwise, you're going to have issues with colors being faded or bright, or because there's not enough or too much white on the back of your image. There's just several features here that you do in another place that's easier to do. I just wouldn't mess with them here. That's just about it. I just wouldn't mess with them. Uh, um, and there's going to be things like that as I go through the software. I'm going to show you where it's at, but honestly, you'll never touch it. It's not something you'll ever touch. So the software was built for lots and types of different printers. So DTG, DTF, white toner, um, all kinds of printers in mind. So you have a license file specifically for white toner and for the Crio line of printers, but there's some for Epson, there's some for Brother. It's made for a lot of different printers. So there's features in here that are primarily used when using those kinds of printers that you really won't have a need for in this situation. So if you see me skip over things, it's not because they're it's usually because they're just not important. It's not something you'll mess with. So anyway, next switch is the jobs feature here. There's a lot of things. This is basically an alternative to right click. So if you're running anything on a Mac, for instance, and you don't have that right click feature enabled, you can hit jobs and it'll show you everything you can right click. So like if I right click on this image, it's going to give me all these features here. I could also just select this image and hit jobs and get the same selections. So, and we're going to go over these in more detail as well. So we'll go over that in a little bit. But basically, jobs is like the alternative to right click. Devices, there's not really much you're going to do inside of here. Manage devices is if you need to remove your machine and re-add it, which fixes a lot of issues that come, or fixes a majority of issues that come up, which is kind of nice. It's a quick way to just fix it. You could remove it and re-add it like I did with the other ones. I removed them in this window. If you need to do an update, like you want to update the version of software that you're using or update the device you're using, you select it and hit this check for updates button. It will go through and look for any updates. Not something you really have to do because there is an easier option than going to this menu, which I'll show you here in a second. You can also, kind of control your printer through here, but I wouldn't really recommend it messing with this too much because you can mess things up. But like if you click on for instance, if you click on, it's not gonna let me click on it. Oh, I guess there's just nothing to show, so it's not letting me. But anyway, this is where you would add and remove your devices. So if you, for instance, later in time purchased a 9541, you would come into this window, hit this add button, choose the 9541, hit OK, and then it would add that printer to your devices. There's two other things you might play with in here. The first one being this manage print modes. If you click on this, you can create your own custom print modes. It's kind of complicated because there's a lot of features that you can do. For instance, if I right click on this and hit edit, it'll show you all the different parameters you can change. So I can change the type of ink set it's going to use, which is only an OK on this one, whether it's going to be an overprint or neon or whatever. And some of these aren't available, like neon and metallic. There is no option for that in the OK printers, not right now anyway. I think this is something that they've built in for the future. But the next thing would be your CMYK. The other one, CMYK. So if you want to use, like with your 8432, you have the option of switching out the black toner cartridge. And if you wanted to make a paper profile that would specifically use that black toner cartridge, you would choose CMYK instead of overprint. So, and then you would do, there's another thing you can do. And then there's a whole bunch of other settings here. Like you really won't get into majority of this. The main thing is to know that this is something available to you. But if you're using, I mean, unless you're just getting a paper that's completely just off the wall brand, that's the only time you have to mess with this. You're probably going to want to give me a call first anyway. But anyway, you have that feature that you have the ability to add papers, and where you find those is right here. When you're choosing your paper, you can actually add a new profile for that specific paper. But again, if you're going to be actually doing that, you're probably going to be calling me anyway because it's kind of a complicated process. But this has all of the Forever papers. It has all the Magic Touch papers. It has all of the Jodo Parapi brands, Freestyle brands, and a lot of these are even interchangeable with other brands that are on the market because they're the same paper with a different name on it. So you probably won't ever have to do that. There's Nina down here, Shockline. I tend to stick with Forever brand papers unless I'm doing hard surfaces or stickers. Then I usually will move to Magic Touch. Um, but um, but anyway, you pretty much have everything in here, so probably never have to do that. So I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time showing you how to put it in different profiles because you need to know a lot of the different specs on the paper itself. But anyway, but like I said, probably will never have to do that. But if you ever need to, that's where you would do it. The other thing here too is something you might use a little more often is managing your print media. This is where you can add custom paper sizes. So say you've got a 5x7 piece of transparent paper left, like you trimmed it and it's like, oh, I can save this or whatever. You can actually create a custom profile for that little piece of paper if you want to print on it. Or if you're wanting to do smaller prints for whatever reason, or larger prints, or something that's not already in your paper sizes, you can add them here. You can also add it by going to. You can also add it by clicking on Add New Media whenever you're choosing your paper sizes. So there's two ways to get to that. So if I click Add New Media, it's going to take me automatically to this part where I can name it and add my size and then the margins and then go from there. So that's two places you can change that, where you can add different media types or media sizes. Anything else under devices? Not anything you'll probably ever mess with. I mean, down here there's some print pages, and if you click on print test page, we have some sample prints in here that you can print if you want. If you like the design or whatever, you can have them. But they're copyright free. But there's not a lot in here. But I don't know, if you want a cool reptile T-shirt, go for it. But really, I use these sometimes when I remote into your computer. We're trying to troubleshoot an issue. These are ones I use to kind of troubleshoot, problems and things. So, and then again, that was all under devices. So I think that's everything that important under devices. The rest of this, again, things you won't mess with. Tools, not really anything in here that you will mess with. We don't really sell the barcode scanner that you can get linked with this, but if you did have one or ordered one from another company, this is where you would set it up and use it. There is a couple things under options. So if we click on options, you do have that. If you preview options, you can change the quality of your preview. Here, you can change some other little things about it. Usually the default settings outside of the quality are fine. You're not going to really need to change those. And the rest of this is just background stuff that, again, probably don't need to worry about. So tools, there's not really much under there you mess with other than if you want to change the quality of your preview. View, you can change the way everything's laid out. So if I hit single pane view, it'll just show a single, it'll just show whatever's selected. Or if I go to, if I turn that off, I'll be able to see all my pages. And then you can toggle the view layout preview. You can turn that actually off if you didn't care about it. I like to be able to see it. I mean, even though it's not a perfect preview, it's still a good idea. Gives you a good idea, Let's see. So that's pretty much on everything under the view tab. There's not really a whole lot there to start with. There is this help tag. The first thing I like to do when I set up the software is turn this compass off. I'm sure if you guys have it, you've noticed that you have that compass thing that starts up, which it's kind of interesting. I mean, I'm going to open it here in a second, but you can select to turn that on or off on launch. I usually turn it off because I don't want to open every time. But if I go to the compass, which is actually this button over here, This is kind of like a built-in wiki, so you can search for different things, and it can be helpful sometimes if you're trying to figure out how to change something that's a little more complicated. Sometimes you can find information on it here. Like if I want to do, I don't know, knock me out black, you could type that in there. Like that's a plugin, which I'll show you later. You can type, well, of course it doesn't show anything, which is one reason I do not like this. I'm not a big fan of this wiki because it's not as easy to navigate. But anyway, it's there if you want. I don't think it's nearly as useful as they intended it to be, but if you want to play around with it and see if you can, essentially it's kind of like a user manual in a way. So it has different topics you can read about on the software. Like for instance, if you wanted to learn more about that barcode support, where you can hook a barcode scanner to your computer and use it, you would just click on this and it would give you more information, a YouTube video on it, which, like I said, it's useful to an extent. I just don't ever find myself using it because most of the time, the majority of the information in there I don't need, but definitely something that's available to you. So now I'm going to go over these buttons here. You'll probably notice on your screen you have these buttons running across the top. I think I've got all mine enabled. Okay. If you want to remove any of these because you don't use them, you can right click and actually uncheck that one and it will remove it from that bar. But I'm going to go kind of just in order to tell you what each of these does. So the first thing, of course, is your open button. This is going to open a file, or where you add your files. So you click on this. It pulls up your normal Explorer window here. You can search through your computer and then select an image and bring it in. Pretty simple. The next one over is if you select an image, you can actually click this. It removes the image. So add, remove, basically. Probably not going to mess with this button too much. If you need to release a job, like if it gets caught in a queue or something like that, you could use that button, but usually I just right click and I click on open page or something, or clear air. I'm going to show you some examples here in a little bit of that. Actually, I'll probably just do it now. So I have to change a couple things to show you. Let's see, queue, manage queue. I'm just going to set this to something random. And don't pay attention to what I'm doing now. It's not going to, I'm just throwing something in random so this fails on purpose. I know, come on. Someday I'll catch up with this here. Okay, fantastic. So that's under photo. Okay. So basically, I'm going to switch this over to the photo tab, which I should probably explain those two here, which I'll do in here in a second. But essentially, if I go to print this, it's going to rip it, but then it's going to fail when it tries to send it to the printer. So it's going to sit here and try to send it to the printer, unless I actually guessed a printer IP, which would be unlikely. It'll sit here and try to find the printer. It'll say printing. Come on, computer. Any minute. Sorry, guys. It'll take just a second here, and I'll show you what's going on. Come on, just fail. Well, while I'm waiting for that to fail, these tabs, by the way, one of them says photo and one of them says graphics. So these tabs are designed to kind of like enhance for that specific type of image. So if you're doing a photograph of someone, it's going to try to, it's not going to do nearly as much as like the graphics photo, but what the graphics one tries to do is enhance the colors a little bit, like offer a little more saturation, more vibrancy. Whereas the photo is going to make it more enhanced for actual like physical items, so it doesn't distort the color any for that. So that's essentially what these tabs are supposed to do. Honestly, if you print them out side by side, you're probably not going to notice a difference. They just handle things a little bit differently on the back end. But so typically, I try to put my photos under photo and my graphics under graphics. So when I load them in. Okay, so we can see this failed, obviously because I messed up the port on purpose. But so that's what happens when it fails. If you select this and then clear, you can clear error, and then you can actually release job. And that is the same as, but honestly, you don't really need to hit that button, because what I usually will do at that point is then just open page so that I can make new edits to it. Really, this button has no real purpose. Like even if you, like it failed earlier, there was an option here to also hit release, but it doesn't really do much. There's no real purpose for it, but it is there if you find a good purpose for it. There's a lot of things you'll notice in there. There's no real purpose for it, and I think it's because it's probably something that's more widely used for another type of printer. But for this, it's not really something to mess with. Whole job, I mean, is another feature that doesn't really have a purpose. So you're probably not going to use these two, but essentially you could, if you do whole job, then it won't necessarily print right away when you hit print. Spool, you can spool different jobs together. So if I had several jobs here that I wanted to all print back to back, I could select them all and hit spool and put them into one project. So I could probably just show you what that looks like too by loading another one. Okay, so now I got two here. If I hold control and select both of these, I could hit spool and it will rip both of them. And then get them ready to print. So they're ready to print now. Honestly though, again, another button that's probably not ever going to need to be used, because you can do the same thing by selecting both of them. Why is it not working now? Did I release both or open both of them? Oh, I don't know. My computer was just being dumb apparently. But anyway, you select them both by holding control and clicking each one you want to select. And then I can hit print and it will do the same thing and then print. Or if I right click on it and hit rip only, it'll do the same thing. So rip only will just rip it and won't print it. Print will rip it and then print it. So again, not really a reason to use this button unless you just feel like using it because it's there. But anyway, that's the purpose of it. And then you have your print button, so you can select image and hit print. You can also right click and hit print. Either way, it'll accomplish the same thing. You can archive things. So if I select an image and I hit archive, I can actually save it to in a JBK format. So it saves not only the image, but the settings I've changed. So if I've knocked out the background, or I have enhanced the color, or I have rasterized it, or done anything like that, you can actually save all of that in a JBK file here and then call upon it later. So you would save it, which I'm not going to say that because I'll need it. But then later, if you want to redo that job, like say a couple weeks later, you know that you're going to be printing this job in a couple weeks as well, you could save it like that by hitting this archive button, or you can actually right click on it and go to save as too. But and then you would come up, when you're ready to print again, you would hit jobs and then restore jobs, and all of that stuff would be right here. And then you would just select it and then hit your load button, and it will load in all the changes you made to that design and that design itself, and you would be good to go once that design is actually up. I need to move my chat. Hold on, I can't see everything. Give me just a second. Anyway, you can see it right here. So let's go ahead and move that. So that's how you could archive things and save not only the image, but also the settings for future prints. So you don't have to do it all over again later. These are kind of some quick option buttons. If I wanted to center this on the page, I could like this. Let's make this in. Let me mess up this image here. Let me make this bigger too so everybody can see it. So let's resize this, bring it down really small. So this is easier to see. So you can center it with this button here, center it on page. It's just a kind of a quick option to do that. So if you select the image, you can hit center to that, and it'll center the page. There's an option to only center it horizontally. Oops, never mind, that was the wrong button. Put the wrong one. To only center it horizontally. So if I click on this one, it's going to center it horizontally. If you wanted to fit it to the width of the page, so make it as wide as you can click that button. It'll make it as wide as you can. So it automatically, fit it to the width of your page. There's one that automatically fits it vertically. If we do that, it fits it vertically, but you notice the width is too much for the page, so it's not going to all fit on there. But anyway, that's how you do the width. And then there's one that just fit to page, which will make it as big as it can while fitting on the page. So you click that, and it'll make it as big as possible. And then this one here is center at the top of the page. So like if this was down here, for instance, and let's just make it smaller so you can actually see the change. If I just want to center it at the top, I can click this button. So there's just some quick tools to center or manipulate your image. The main ones I use is fit to page and then center on page. So I'll fit it to page usually, and then I'll center it to page on the page. Just so that I know that it is, away from the edges as much as possible. So there's some quick options. This is a clear error button. So earlier you probably saw me right click and hit clear error to get rid of that little red circle here after it failed to print. You can also just click this one here. This is clear errors. This one here is like the abort job. So if you hit print and you realize, oh gosh, I got to change something, you can hit abort and it'll stop everything. It won't necessarily stop the printer if the job's already been sent to the printer, but it'll stop everything before that. But it won't be sent to the printer until after it rips, and then after it actually sends, which is where it's your print. Right here, it'll say printing, and you'll see a meter start to go over. But once it all goes all the way over, then it's sent to your printer. So you can abort prints up until that point. Let's see, what's this? Start and stop queue. So if you've got a bunch of things printing in queue to print, and they're just printing one right after another, if you're doing a big batch, you can stop it by hitting stop and start queue. So it'll pause the queue and then start up again. If you hit this again, see how it changes there. Configure queue. If you click on this, it will take you to this screen here. Not something you'll use a whole lot, but you can get to some of your rasterization settings in here. You can do some stuff with halftones. So a bunch of different little things you can do inside here. I don't mess with this personally, because there's easier ways to get to that. There's better ways to get to that stuff and change those things that are a lot more user friendly. But if you wanted to go this route, you definitely could. And then this box here, this is for your your printer status and settings. This isn't going to work for me because I'm not connected to my printer. But if you've got your printer set up as a network printer, if you click on this, it'll pull up the actual printer page where it shows you the status of your printer. It'll show you like your IP address, your serial number, all kinds of stuff, all kinds of information. You can access that. And of course, I just crashed the program by clicking on that. So we're going to close this and reopen it. So bear with me just a moment. Sorry, my phone was not silenced and people were trying to call me. All right. Okay, so we're back in the program here. Let me go ahead and load an image in and we'll continue on here. One thing that I get asked occasionally is there is a feature inside this software that you can calculate out your cost per print, which is pretty nice. If you come in here to your costing, is what this is called. If you click on that, it will open up this page here. And if you enter all of your material cost, you know, how many prints it's rated for, that kind of thing. And every time you rip it, you'll have a cost pop up, which I don't have it enabled, but if you right click on this and I know it's on there somewhere. Oh, it's just really small. It's right here. So you'll have a dollar amount that pops up here for every print, which is really nice. Not a lot of people use it just because, I mean, you kind of already have an idea of what your costs are going to be because you're probably spending definitely less than $1 on ink and maybe or on toner. I mean, maybe even half of that for every print. So not really. You're probably spending like a couple cents per print when it comes down to it, especially when you get the new cartridges in. So you're not really, I mean, you're calculating it out here, but it's such a small amount typically that it's not worth worrying about. You already know how much your paper costs. You already know how much your shirt costs. So I don't know that it's really super useful, but it's definitely something you could play with if you wanted to do that. You can put the cost per material in here. So like the different like paper, how much you paid for the paper per page, things like that. So you could put that in there and maybe get a little more. You can put your tax rates in here and stuff. So if you really wanted to do it that way, you certainly could. I just don't know a lot of people who really mess with it because they kind of already have an idea of what they're going to charge anyway. This here is to find a job. That's if we click on this, it's another way to find a job inside your software. As opposed to this one, which finds it on your computer. If you click on this one, you can search, like if you had a bunch of them archived down here, you can actually just search for it if you know the name of it and go to it right directly. I never use this feature. I just scroll through until I find it typically. Less to think about, I guess. I don't know. And this last tool, you'll probably never use. It's very complicated to use. It's a color replacement tool. And I have tried to use this so many times, and I've still yet to understand how it works. To be completely blunt with you, it's just it's so much easier to go inside of GIMP and do it, which is something you can do in this software. I'll show you later, but I'll show you here after a while. But it never makes any sense, no matter how many times it's explained to me. And even the Crio guy that I talked to says this doesn't make any sense either. So, so he doesn't get to work either. But anyway, that's something that's there if you want to try to figure it out. And if you figure it out, please give me a call and let me know. But it's just a feature that I've never been able to get to work correctly. It's the only feature inside this software that I've never been able to get work correctly or understand. And even the guys that work at Crio have a hard time explaining it to me as well. So unfortunately, that's the case on that one. I find that it's easier to go inside of my GIMP, which again, I'll show you here in a little bit, and change it as opposed to doing it here. Because here you have to know the color code that you want to get rid of. Whereas with GIMP, you can just click on it and remove it. And there's even an option inside the software that you can click on and remove it. So again, so you probably never use this anyway, even if it was a feature we could figure out. But anyway. You can do some production markup with this. Not something I typically use on a regular basis, but if you want to have different markup features on here, like little lines and things, you could do that here. I don't know a lot of people who use this, but I will say that there are people who have used this to print out stickers and then run it through a plotter scanner so that they didn't have to cut it out by hand. And there's some basic, things you can do here with that. So you can add in like weed marking and basic crop marks and So that way it knows where to cut, like on your plotter scanner, whatever. Again, I don't ever use it because I don't print out a lot of stickers, and then when I do, I'm usually cutting them out by hand anyway, because it's like one or two here and there for people. But anyway, that's a feature you can definitely use. You get to it just by clicking on this, and it opens this window, and you can make all your little changes in here you need. There's different presets, and so like I could click on like crop markers, and then you know, you can click per content, or you can click per job or per copy, depending on how you need those, where you need those crop marks. You can actually adjust them manually. You can all kinds of stuff here. So if it's something that you're used to doing, you'll know more about what this does. If it's something you never do, then you probably don't need to worry about it. So I have a feeling that if you guys have had like a oh gosh, what are those things called? Like a vinyl cutter or something like that, you're probably more familiar with what this does. But anyway, I'm not going to go too much detail again because it's not something you're really going to ever use with transfer paper or anything like that. May use it with if you're, like I said, you're doing a lot of stickers, but most people get these printers for things other than stickers. So I'm not going to dive too much into that. If you ever have questions about it, you can call me. We can kind of work through it together. But you know, it's a feature that's there for sure. Okay, so we kind of went over all these little shortcut buttons up here. I'm going to go into these. I already talked to you about these tabs, so we're going to skip that part that's already talked to you about. But basically, photos, graphics. If you accidentally load something into photo and you meant to load it into graphics, you can right-click on it and move it to graphics, and it will just move it over to graphics. So honestly, again, if you just want to do everything in one tab, it's probably fine. You're not going to notice much of a difference between the two. I just realized I hadn't checked to see if there's questions a little bit, but it looks like there's no questions so far. But again, if you guys have questions that pop up, or if I need to explain something a little more in depth or revisit something or whatever, just feel free to throw it in the chat there. Okay, so we're going to move on. So this is your queue. This is where all your jobs will be that you've loaded in. So to make changes, there's a ton of different features you can do. If you right-click on the image, there you'll get all kinds of options here. Typically, if any of these are missing, or grayed out, it's probably because of the file format you're using. So if I had like a JPEG in here, for instance, it wouldn't let me use a lot of these features down here that we're going to go over. PNG is the one that works with everything. EPS works with everything. TIFF works with everything, typically. So if you're using those three file formats, you're not going to have trouble with things being grayed out. But if it is, a lot of times there's an option up here that says raster image or raster. It might just say raster. You can click on that and it will convert it into a PNG, I believe. So anyway, the first thing up here, I don't really use this a whole lot. I used to use the properties tab when I wanted to change the rasterization. So I would click on that, go to color layer, ink removal, and I would change those parameters here. However, there is a newer feature that makes this a lot less complicated that I'm going to show you here in just a second. So I don't really use it anymore. If you want to do it that way, you can, but there's one that gives you a lot more control here in a moment. If I right-click, I can right-click. Oops, I did it again. I'm losing my mind here. Right-click, and then you can go to like remove. So if you want to remove this image, you could. You could rename it if you wanted to. So if I did that, I could rename the image, which I'm not going to do right now. But anyway, if you wanted to rename the image, you could. You can move it to like we did. I just showed you a minute ago. You can move it to the other tab, copy it to another tab, so you can have one on each tab. Create. This is going to give you some of the similar options that you have down here. So duplicate it, crop it, make copies. I'm going to show you the difference between duplicate and copies when we get into talking about this section, because it's just easier to go here and click on it. But you can also get to that here as well. Arrange. You can do just like you did before. You can snap things to the left or snap things to the right. Similar to this here, just some quick options to do it. I don't really use those a whole lot because I usually personally drag it, or I use these options up here, or I'm using the spacing down here. But that is a feature you can use. You can do it right here. You know, snap to edge, snap to corner, snap to point, whatever you want to do there. Print, you can right click and print it as opposed to selecting and hitting print up here, which is, you know, I've been using Windows my whole life, and just from a, and I've been in kind of a technical position for most of my life. So I use right click a lot, but I realize a lot of people don't like to use right click. They won't actually click on something up here. So in order to get to these, you would just, or so instead of right clicking hit print, you can also select it and hit print here. Rip only. So what rip only is going to do, instead of, because when you hit print, it'll rip the image, which basically means it's going to get it ready to print. It's going to change your file so that all the settings you've chosen have been added to that file. And then also it's going to remove any unnecessary toner, which is the biggest point of having rip software. It's going to remove everything unnecessary from the file itself before it sends it to the printer. So essentially rip is getting it ready to print, getting your file physically ready to print. And then you print it, but your print button is going to rip it first and then print it, whereas rip only is just going to rip it and have it ready to print. And essentially and it's going to lock you out of making any more changes to your image, which you can open it back up. So like if I rip this and then I right click on it, I can also open that page back up to make changes, because you'll notice a lot of these are going to be grayed out because it's ripped. It doesn't want you to make any changes. So we're going to go ahead and open that back up so I can show the rest of the features here. But anyway, we'll right click on it. And again, you can find all these same options up here under jobs. I could do all the same stuff by just select the image and hit jobs, that I can right click. Okay, so just remember that. So if you have a Mac, I don't know if you guys have a Mac or not, but if you're running this on a Mac, you don't always have that right click option. You can just click on jobs. But anyway, or if you just prefer clicking on jobs and start right clicking, that's fine too. But anyway, so you can save as. I showed you the archiving feature earlier. You can do that right here if you right click on it, same thing. You can set up different actions. I don't ever use this feature. It just, to me, it doesn't really add any real benefit, but you can create actions that when you click on the action, it does different things. It's kind of like an automation. Am I saying the right? Automation? Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. But it automates different things. So like if you always use a certain print mode and a certain media type and a certain size and or a position, or you can set this up to where when you click that action, it automatically implements those things. Which, you know, can be nice if that helps you in what you do, if you do a lot of the same things over and over and over again. But anyway, that's one way you could kind of automate it. You could create an action. And then when you create an action, it will show up under this apply an action. Like I have one in here called test. I can click that and then it'll just apply all those settings automatically. Again, I don't really find it super useful because I do a lot of different things. And so I can't really apply a lot of that to the same image, or I wouldn't ever use it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So anyway, that's where you would create certain automations for your software. You can generate a preview image. If you click on this, it will regenerate this to make sure it's almost like a refresh button, so that you can get a good look at that. How I like to preview an image, once I've got everything set the way I want, I like to go ahead and rip it. If you want to see exactly what it's going to look like on the shirt, I mean, it's not going to be perfect, but it's going to look a lot better than that preview there. You can rip it and then go to view raw data and hit OK. It's going to give you a much better representation, which I am way zoomed out. It'll give you a much better representation of what that's going to look like. Much higher resolution. And you'll notice actually this one has some. Some changes already made to it. Looks like I've got little lines in it already. But anyway, this is going to give you a much better representation of a thing. You can zoom in on it and see what each little piece is going to look like. We go all the way in if we want to. But anyway, so that's what if you want to see a more perfect preview, you can hit rip it and go to view raw data. So I'm going to open that back up again so I can show you more features. Okay. There's a replace print mode option, which you can do if you really want to. You can change basically the type of paper you're putting it on. It's also just a lot easier to come over here, click on the image and change the paper. So not really a reason to use that because it's like 3 extra steps to do the same thing. But it's there if you want to use it. So now we're going to get into more of like the editing features that this program offers. So this is just some kind of like little things, but so there is an option here that's edit with GIMP. I'm gonna go ahead and click on that, and it's going to take this image out of my software and load it into GIMP, which is kind of like a photo editor. I don't know if you guys are familiar with GIMP or not, but it's kind of like Photoshop, but it's a little bit simpler. But anyway, you can do different things in here. Like if I wanted to remove a color, I could use the eraser. Oh, you know what? I'm thinking of Photoshop. There is another way you do that inside the software, but anyway, you could change colors in here. This isn't the perfect image to show you change colors, so I'm actually going to load something in different. Let's go to my. Sorry, this is going to take me a second. I'm actually going to pull this outside just so I don't open up anything confidential. Give me just a moment to find the image I'm looking for. Let's throw this one there. Actually, you know what? There's probably a better one. Let's pull this one in too. Okay, so this will give us some images to work with. So if I wanted to, let's load this one into GIMP real quick. So I'm going to load this into GIMP. And that was just by right-clicking, edit with GIMP, or you can hit jobs and edit with GIMP. So there's different things you can do here. They're pretty handy. There's this paint bucket tool you can use to like change colors. So let's say I wanted everything that was white like to be like a red or something like that. I could then click on these areas and change them to the red color that I want. So it's going to change everything that's that color that's not separated by another color. So I can come in here and do this and just change all that. And so on and so forth. You can add text. There's a text editor that you can use. There's all kinds of tools over here. I'm not going to go through everything, but there's all kinds of YouTube videos on how to use GIMP out there too. So you could use this to change colors around, things like that. You can select different areas of your print and delete them. Anyway, if you wanted to make some changes with a photo editor to your images, you can certainly use this. I'm probably going to show you some more examples later of different things you can do with this. This is more just showing you how to get to this feature. When we start talking about how to design for white toner, I'm going to go a little bit more into this software. Not a lot, because I could spend months training you on this software, on this portion of the software, which is not really the goal of this class. But this is more just to show you where you can access this, and I'll show you some of the stuff that you're going to be doing on a regular basis inside of this. So once you've got it edited the way you want, you can come up here and click on Cadlink and then send to Digital Factory, and it will send it back to Digital Factory with those changes. And you can just close this and see it's back in here. So now it's got those changes that we made to it. Inside the software, so that's how you edit with GIMP. I don't want to get too deep into it just yet, because mainly I'm just showing you the features in here on how to get to it right now. There's also something called Fluid Mask. I don't typically use this one a whole lot, but it's a tool that can be used to like remove backgrounds or remove certain colors. So there's little tools over here where you can keep keep local brush or keep what's this one? Sorry, where's the keep exact. So you if like there's just different names for these, but like this keep. Let's go ahead and just delete local. I think is what this one's called. Yeah, delete local. I can click on certain areas, which I actually need to make this brush a little smaller to make more sense. But so let's say I wanted to remove all the black areas. I could click all these black areas, oops, or click on areas that I want to remove. So I'll click on all the black areas here. And this would be a way to get rid of, you could do this for a background too. So if this had a background, you could do it with the background. But anyway, click on those. And you forgive me, this is a newer feature I haven't used a whole lot. So it might take me a second to, I think you can, is it file, save and apply? And then it should edit that or remove those. See how it removed everything I clicked on? So that's a way you can remove backgrounds, remove different parts of your image. So kind of a neat little tool. Not going to go too much far into that because most people won't use that a whole lot, but it is a way to remove the background. I've got a little bit better of a way to remove it that I'm going to show you once we get to that. But that's one, especially if you've got a background that's got multiple colors in it, you can go through and kind of be a little more custom about it that way. Super Size Me is a really cool feature. If you've got images that you're loading in that are like 72 DPI or they're really low resolution, you can come in here and change that. You can upscale it. Now, it's never going to be perfect once you've done this, but it does have a built-in kind of algorithm that will try to sharpen up the edges and things and make it look a higher quality, even though it's not. So it does a good job with photographs sometimes and things like that. The more detail something has, a little bit better of a job does. But you see how it kind of crisps up the images or the edges a little bit. The best way to, you're always going to want to start with your image at a high quality. But if someone sends you something and it's just a terrible quality, like it's really low resolution, you can come in here and try to, sometimes you'll get lucky and this will do a really good job at correcting that. But I usually just recommend starting out with a high quality image. You don't have to mess with it. Excuse me, I already made a cough in the mic here. But anyway, this is how you could increase the resolution of the image. And then it does have some kind of automated cleaning things where it'll clean it up. And you can even use a couple of these sliders to like sharpen the edges or smooth out the surfaces or things to that nature. All right, I'm going to go ahead and cancel that. Let's see what else here. If you have Photoshop, you can actually do something similar like you do to GIMP. Is where you can send it to Photoshop, make your changes, and then there's an option to send it back to Cadlink. So if I click on this, actually I'm going to do it with this other one because I have Photoshop. You actually have to own Photoshop in order to be able to do this, but you can send it to Photoshop and it'll do just like it did before. And open up Photoshop. It's busy. Oh, I don't know what that means. Retry. It's never done that before. Oh, there we go. It's just taking its time. All right, so now it opens up in Photoshop, which you can see is kind of similar to GIMP. Maybe looks a little more complicated, but then you can make changes. Like I happen to have the magic eraser tool. So like right now I can remove things from my thing if I wanted to. You can use any of the tools, but then once you're done with it, I believe if you hit File, you'll have to forgive me. You do this a whole lot because I usually just already have it created before I bring it into the root software. There should be a way to send it back plugins. I thought it was under file. Well, I'm not going to waste your time trying to find it. Essentially, there's a setting here you can send it back. Otherwise, what you can do is just file and export or save as, and then save it, and then just pull it back up in the software. But there, I wonder if I don't have the extension set up in this here. Nonetheless, it's basically the same thing. You can send it to Photoshop, and then you can save it. And I don't know where I saved that at. Probably downloads, maybe. Yeah, here it is. Open it back up, and now those changes that you made are saved in that image. So just another helpful tool, especially if you use Photoshop. It's kind of nice that it integrates a little bit. I think maybe I set this. I'm not sure why it was. I'm pretty sure that extension's under file, but anyway, I won't waste time looking for it because I know we got to get through this before lunch. So, anyway, that's how you can send to Photoshop. You can actually this is another way to get to that job or that color replacement thing that I mentioned earlier that you'll never use. So if you really wanted to, use that, you could. Variable data wizard, not probably ever going to use it. If you click on it, it pulls up a new window, or it's supposed to. Oh, you know what? Actually, I think this is something different. I'm thinking of something different. Well, we'll give this a second to do what it's going to do. There we go. Anyway, it's just basically another kind of editor that you can do some stuff with. Not something I use. It's really more for like when you're going to add a barcode or add something to this. I think you can even add text to this if you really wanted to. It's just like another editor, but not. I think it was here before GIMP was. It was kind of their solution to that, and then when GIMP came along, they just kind of kept it in here in case people were using it already. I don't know much about this. I never use it. If I needed to make any changes or add anything, I usually go to GIMP. But they do have the nice option to add like a barcode, I think, here, which is if you're using the barcode scanner, that's probably something you can use. But I've never met anyone actually using the barcode scanner, so I wouldn't worry about it. So let's see what else. I'm going to pull that Fox image back in because it's going to be easier to show you what these do with it. And again, if you guys have any questions that come up while I'm going, feel free to ask them. If you want me to just repeat something or clarify, just feel free to throw it in the chat. Okay, so if we right click on it, go down to effects. That one. I don't do a whole lot with effects, to be honest with you. There are different things you can do, like halftone effects. If you wanted to mess with like the transparency of pixels and things like that. Not something I mess with a whole lot, but you have an option here that you can go in and tweak that if you wanted to. Again, I have a better solution for that too that I'm going to show you. Halftones basically means like transparent pixels, and you can manipulate how they look and things. Not something you're going to mess with ever, probably. I just mess with it because I'm a nerd and like to try to figure out what it does, but even I don't have a great explanation or great purpose for it. There's a much easier setting that just does all that for you. Here, I'll show you here in just a second. You can do some color correction here. Most of the time, that's not really an issue either. I do occasionally use this distressed feature. So if we wanted to add a distressed look to our image, I'll make this smaller so we can actually see it. I will say that this distress feature is kind of a power hog. Right now we've got brickwork selected, but you could use like I like to use this one a lot, and then kind of change the scale to a little bit more I'm doing. Well, I think I just went too far. Anyway, there's a bunch of things you can tweak on here, but the main thing I want to show you is here's the you have presets here. You can adjust the colors that it distresses, like light colors or dark colors. Typically, if I'm printing on a dark shirt, I will distress the dark colors, or if I'm doing a light shirt, I'll distress the light color right here, or change the threshold to light colors. And then I'll hit OK. And that's going to edit that. Yeah, it's going to take its time. Like I said, this specific feature is a bit of a power hog, so it will slow down a bit while it's editing. So we'll give that a second. It is one of my favorite features for distressing items, though. I will say it does a really good job. Come on. It's taking its time, isn't it? Something to remember, like the larger a file is, the longer it's going to take to make changes to it as well. Well, I think I just crashed it. Unfortunately, when I try to run this, when I do a Zoom meeting, it's 50-50 on whether it'll crash it or not. Usually it won't whenever I'm not running a Zoom meeting, but nonetheless, it puts those distress marks. You saw the preview there. At the very least, is what it would do. And then sometimes what I'll do is I'll show you what I do for my next feature here. Let me pull up Digital Factory again here. Pull my Fox back in. I know this is crashing a little bit, but this isn't going to do it on your computer like it is mine. I'm running a Zoom meeting, PowerPoint, and this all at the same time, all three of which are pretty power intensive. And so I do not have the best computer here, to be completely honest with you. So it's just struggling to do it all at the same time. You shouldn't have any problem running these things off. Unless you're trying to run a Zoom meeting and everything all at the same time. And I've got Photoshop open, which is a big power hog. I should probably close that. Anyway, once I set the distress, you saw the distress marks in it. Then I would go into what I would personally do is go into like knock me color out. And then I would click on one of those distress marks and it would knock that color out through the design so that there's no toner being printed in those distressed areas. It makes your shirt really soft, which is really cool. Because which we'll get into this more later, but basically the more broken up your image is, the softer it's going to feel on the shirt. If you put a big solid block of toner on there, obviously it's going to feel a little harder, a little more papery, and not breathe as well. But doing things like that will break it up and make it feel a lot softer. So, but anyway, that's what that. I'm going to go into this feature here more in a second. I'll make sure I covered it, but covered everything over here. So that distress is what I was showing. Okay, so plugins. There's a couple plugins here that I like to use. So when I want to rasterize something, I showed you earlier, like if you right click on the image, you go to properties, and here, I'll just show you again real quick. So I showed you this earlier where you could right click properties and then go into color layer, ink removal, and then you'd be able to change your rasterization settings. So you can add lines or whatever you want to add here, change your size, all that fun stuff. You can also access it by clicking on color adjust, and it gives you kind of a limited version of that. It doesn't let you change the type of hole, but it lets you change the size and everything. But the easiest way to do it, where you can do everything all at once without going through 500 different menus to get to it, you can click on plugins and go to rasterization, and they have a bunch of presets in here. So I personally tend to like to use the like something like this soft edge raster transparency color boost. As well as, it's for so you can use something like that. And there's also one down here. Actually, I tend to use the laser because that's technically the type of printer using is the laser printer. So you can use that down here, which is this one here. It does the same thing though. So you can really click on either one of those. This one's just more optimized for laser printers, whereas this is more optimized for direct to film printers, which you don't really have. But they're kind of the same process. They both print on a film sheet that you with white toner transfer, you actually marry the adhesive on it, whereas with DTF they use like a powder to and cure it on in a separate machine. But anyway, you can click on that and it will soften up the edges and add some rasterization to it. You can also change the holes up here. I usually use lines. I think lines look really good a lot of times. A lot of people like holes too. You'll probably just have to see what works best for you. But I like lines because you can't really see them as well. Whenever you do it, they're pretty thin, especially if you're holding it like at arm's length away or someone's wearing it. You're not going to like have your face up to it to be able to see the little lines. But anyway, it helps make things feel softer. It breaks up that toner, puts real thin lines through it. So if we zoomed in on this, you'd be able to see the lines I'm talking about. Maybe not. I did not preview the lines. Well, oh yeah, it does. You can kind of see them here. See these little things in here. Basically, it's removing toner where in areas that are black, because I have black selected, and replacing it with the black from the shirt. So if I chose white, for instance, it would do the same thing, but for white. Once it loads here. So the white, let me zoom out a little bit. Which it looks funny on here, but when you actually put it on the shirt, it does not look nearly as weird. But anyway, and you could do the same with colored garments. So if like you knew exactly what color shirt you're going to be using, you could find that color in here and it would basically do the same. So like if I was going to put this on like a peach colored shirt, I could do that and it would process it the same way. Again, this would look much better on the actual shirt than what it is here. This setting really works really good with black. And then white is also pretty good. But anyway, this is something you can mess with. But anyway, most of the time I'm doing a lot of black shirts, so I just really leave it on black. Click down here, hit OK, boom, automatically rasterizes your shirt. Now, should you rasterize everything that you print? No, because a lot of things don't need it. I'm going to pull in some examples to show you when to use rasterization and when to not use rasterization. So something like this, obviously you're going to use rasterization because it's a big image that is not broken up. And by rasterizing it, knocks out that color, automatically puts the lines in it, makes it super soft. With an image like this one, for instance, one we were messing with earlier, you would not want to break this up at all because it's already broken up. It's the letters are small. There's nothing in between the letters. It's very broken up. And if we click on it, you can see that everywhere there's no letters, it's transparent. And so this would be so broken up already that it wouldn't be worth breaking it up because it's already broken up and it would feel really soft on the shirt. Probably wouldn't even be able to feel it on the shirt at this level. So there's other examples too I can show you that maybe a little bit, let's go to, I'm gonna pull this over here real quick, just so I'm not showing anything confidential here. Let's see. I'm just having, there it is. Oh, we can pull that one in again, this one in again, this one. I've got a couple I'm gonna pull in here as examples. So this image, and actually I'm going to change this to selected. So this image, why does it keep moving when I click on it? So if you're going to print this, and you'll notice down here at the bottom right, this is a good way to tell if something's transparent or not. You see all around it is just this gradient of gray, whereas the inside is actually white. So if we were to print this just like this, and say at like 4 inches wide, I wouldn't bother rasterizing it because that's not big enough to really cause any problems. If we were going to print this where it was like really big, like 8 inches wide, more than 4 inches wide, that's when I would start to consider doing something like rasterizing it or whatever. But something to remember too, these are two very solid colors. And if you're already putting this, say like on a white t-shirt, you could just knock that white out and wouldn't have to rasterize it. So if we went down, say production plugins, which I haven't showed you this one yet completely, but you can click on that color here, remove it. And I'll show you more about that plugin here in a minute, but just for the sake of explaining when you need to do rasterization or not. So I've knocked out the white in the image. You can see it down here now. Now you could print this and put it on a white shirt and it would feel perfectly soft and you didn't even have to rasterize it. You didn't have to put lines or holes in it. So that's a good example of one. This one here is very broken up. If you look down here to the bottom right, there's you can see the gray gradient through parts of the image. So this one's very broken up, not something you would have to like, and I can actually change the substrate on here too, so you can see it better. So it's very broken up. Everywhere you see black inside this image, there's no toner. So very broken up, not something you'd have to rasterize because it would feel very soft on the shirt. And so hopefully that gives you an idea of what should be rasterized and what shouldn't be. Let's kind of move on with our. I'm going to right click on this one because it'll be a good example. So I'll show you some more plugins here. So Knock Me Blackout. These two are basically the same thing, except this one is specifically black, and this one is whatever color you choose. So if I click on Knock Me Out Black, it's going to knock the black out of the image, and it's a good way to remove backgrounds. So if I did that, it would knock all the black out. Now, something I will show you with this, I typically don't go this later in the presentation, but I think I'm going to show you now just so that it's fresh in your memory. So we knocked black out of this, but that feature is going to knock it out of the whole design. So Karen now has the black knocked out, and if we were putting this on a black shirt, fine, no big deal. The black shirt would fill it in. But if we're not putting on a black shirt, but we wanted this black text, the way we would add that back is by right-clicking on it and going to Edit with GIMP. I'm going to bring GIMP up. And we could take our little paint bucket here, choose the black that we wanted, and then we could just click inside each of these letters and fill it in. Now, sometimes that's not easy to do if you've got a lot of small detail. It would take you forever to go in here, and I'm actually going to zoom in. I realize you guys probably can't see that very well. Anyway, sometimes there's a lot of little detail, and it'll take you hours to go in and click on every spot. So if you wanted to do more like get more of the small details all at once, what I usually do is I create a new layer. Okay, it's just an empty layer. I drag it underneath of my image, and then I just grab my paintbrush tool with it on black, and you can edit the size of your brush and the hardness. I usually take the hardness all the way up to 100, and then just make my paintbrush so that I can paint without going outside the lines here. But anyway, you could take it and then just do a broad stroke over that and fill it in too. So that's another way you can do it if you need to kind of get the fine detail of it. So that's that. But once you're done with it, of course, you click on Cadlink, send it to Digital Factory, and it will send those changes back to Digital Factory. And you can close that. Why is Photoshop still open? I thought I closed that. No, we don't see this. Okay. So yeah, that's that feature. If I wanted to remove, let's see, let's go back. So I showed you knock me out black. So there's one for color too. Could knock out a certain color. So I could click on knock me color out. And then on this top image, I just click on the color I want to remove. So if I wanted to remove like everything that was red or everything that was this weird yellowish color, or if I wanted to remove the white background, I can click on the white background. It will remove everything that's white. You can see those changes being made here. So, or you can also just click in this box here and choose whatever color you want to remove too. If you have a specific color you want to remove. And then you can do this with multiple colors. So we remove black. So we're going to enable a second color to remove, and then we're going to select color 2 because that's the one we want to select. So let's just say we want to do that and get rid of red. And then let's say we wanted to do a third color, and then we wanted to get rid of this weird blue color. Get rid of that. Then a fourth color, we could click on a fourth color. Oh, actually, no, I didn't change my color radial, so I accidentally changed color 2 again. So let's go back and click on red. That. And then choose color 3, get rid of that blue we're trying to get rid of. And then say we got a fourth color. We'll check our fourth color and we'll choose, I don't know, this weird yellow thing again. So you can go through and remove multiple colors with this feature. But then after you're done, you hit OK, and it goes and implements those changes. So neat feature, definitely powerful, especially when you couple it with GIMP, where you can add things back in when needed and things like that. So let that load for a second, and then I'll show you a couple more things in that drop down. There we go. And you can actually, I should have probably, I'll pull it open again so I can show you. You'll notice there's like little bits of color left. You can adjust these sliders to get rid of those. Like if you need to enhance the color a little bit, or you can mess with these sliders to get it perfect. But I'm kind of just showing you how to get it here. But yeah, you can adjust those with this here. I've already made those changes, so I can't go back and show you how to do it. But essentially, it's a little bit of a guessing game to which slider is going to do what, to be honest with you. So usually opaque does a fair amount of changes. So I guess I can click on different color. So let's click on, sorry, this little pinkish color. And then you can use these sliders to, lighten or darken. You can adjust your color boost here. So you can boost all your colors if you want. You can come down here and adjust like the fade on how much it fades out. So if you want to completely fade out, you could change your midtones. You can mess with transparency too of the whole image. Things like that. So you just play with these sliders to get it exactly the way you want it. Typically, if I ever remove something and it's not quite all the way gone, I'll adjust the midtones a bit, and that's you can see it completely disappear then. But anyway, I don't find myself messing with these sliders for the most part. It usually does a pretty good job of getting rid of things. But when I do need to, like it didn't get rid of the color completely, if I take my midtones and move them over, that'll get rid of the rest of it. And you can also look at it under, as just showing white and black of what's there and what's not there. So everything that's white is not there, everything's black is there. This is going to show like a mask. Basically, everything that's there is red, and everything that's not there is white. And then you can also implement your shirt color. So if you wanted to, say you're putting this on a pink shirt, you could look at what's going to look like on a pink shirt. So anyway, it's just little extra things in here, but mostly what I use for is just removing a color and being done with it. All right, so we're going to cancel that. Move on to our next step here. Photo Laser Plus Advanced. I've never used it. It's just basically a way to kind of edit images, but I've never had a reason to use it. Never, not even once. So not something I'll probably ever use. But I think it's mainly more for like cleaning up photos. Like if you've got a photo of someone, but I don't know that it does that great of a job, to be honest with you. So I've tried to play with it. Transparency, opacity, that's something you do to play with like transparent pixels and things to that nature. Different sliders for midtones, transparent, hard clip, opaque, min and max, whatever. I never use this, to be honest with you. I never find a need. It's kind of getting into the minutia of things that no one's ever going to notice or see. So not really, in my opinion, worth messing with. And this is something I use occasionally here for these easy adjustments. So if I need to kind of increase the vibrancy of my image, for some reason it's coming out dark. If I hit increase saturation, that will kind of brighten up the image a little bit and make the colors more saturated so it pops better. Typically, if you rasterize something, sometimes the image will come out a little different than you expected. So if you enhance that color, it'll kind of compensate for that. However, with that new rasterization setting I just showed you, it automatically compensates for you, so you don't have to worry about it. So kind of nice. Let's see. And then of course you can make things darker or lighter, or your black's blacker, your white's whiter if you want. You can mess with your contrast. So like if you want more contrast between colors, you can make it darker or lighter overall. This is kind of a nice feature. You can actually remove or add your transparent pixels. So if you want your transparent pixels off, you can choose to turn them off. Which is kind of nice because sometimes you'll get like a white border around your image, especially if it's a low quality image that's been upscaled. You'll get like these transparent pixels around the edge of your design that they're there enough to put a white underbase under, but unfortunately because they're so transparent, it just looks like you're adding white to the edge of your design. And so you can turn those off by just clicking this turn transparent pixels off, or I'm sorry, I clicked on the wrong one. But yeah, I'll let this finish doing what it's doing. I accidentally clicked on 50/50. Essentially, that's going to bring them up to 50%, but you can turn them off if you want as well. Let's see. This here is supposed to help get rid of like the noise in your images. Sometimes you can get like a little bit of pixel noise. So if you were to zoom into an image, sometimes it looks like there's varying colors of pixels in an area that should be solid. This is supposed to help with that. From what I understand, I never use it. It doesn't seem to help much, to be honest with you. But it's something you could play with if you wanted to try to correct that in an image that you're working with. Again, like I said, I don't really find that it helps a whole lot. I think you can add noise too if you're looking for that effect as well. So again, not something I ever use, not something I've seen anybody ever use. So I wouldn't necessarily worry a lot about it, especially since you're just kind of getting started with the machine. Not something to really dive into. That's really it for a lot of the features. You can do a lot of different things in here. One note too, once you make a change, you can only undo it if it's a plugin, and you can only undo once, or your last change once. And that's right here. You could right click on, since I've made changes, I could undo with this plugin and it would undo it, but I can only undo it once. I can't keep undoing it. So just keep that in mind. Once you've changed something, you have one chance to remove it, but if you go any further, then you won't be able to remove that change. I've been trying to get them to add an undo button. But it's just not. They haven't done it. I see where it says, will that work whenever some words look pixelated? it's hard to get rid of that pixelated look completely. What you can do to get rid of pixelated words is if you right click on it and go to supersize image and bump this up to at least 300 dpi. This one's really high, doesn't really need to be that high. If I put 300 in here, that would be more than adequate to get a nice, clean, clear design. But to be honest with you, it's not always perfect. It's not always going to do a perfect job. It's better to start with something that's high quality and not pixelated than it is to start with something that's pixelated and try to upscale it. The only thing that's going to help with that pixelization is that supersize me, and it does a good job most of the time. Occasionally, if you upscale something that doesn't have a lot of detail to it, it's not going to work so great. But anyway, unfortunately that's just the nature of artwork. You can't really upscale anything perfectly. So that covers all the features as far as like your plugins and everything like that. And again, if you guys have any questions, throw them in the chat. Don't be afraid to interrupt me. I will gladly stop and make sure everything is clear. So the next thing I'll cover is kind of these windows over here. It's always best to set your paper size and paper type before you load it in, because it gets a little not hard to change it once you've done that. It's just it's some things you got to remember. Nope, not to fit. Selected. Okay. To width, I don't know. I just want this to be visible. There we go. Okay, so your Q tab is going to be what controls the whole queue. That being said, when you change the paper size here, it doesn't always change it for everything. So like if I change the paper size to 8.5 by 11, and watch this work the one time that I show this, but I changed it to 8.5 by 11, but my paper sizes for everything did not change. So this is more to be changed before you load the images in. And actually, you can choose like the sheet here you want to change, but it's just, it's kind of it's not always perfect. Like that sheet one, I changed sheet one size. It worked this time, but sometimes it's not perfect because it's not really what it's meant for. So if you're gonna load your paper size in before you load images in, this is where you do it, and it'll work every time, no problem. After you loaded images, it's 50-50 on whether it works correctly or not. So what I usually do, if I've loaded my image already, I will actually click on the page itself, like up here, off of the image. You can see how the image has a dotted line around it. If I click on that, it will move to that page here, and then I can change it to say 11 by 17, and it'll do it every time, no problems. But once you've got the images loaded, you really don't need to use the Q page for anything anymore. You'll want to make sure you set your paper type and everything before, your paper size, if you don't, if you forget to change your size for something, just click page and change it there. It's going to be easier. Or click on the page and then change it. But you can select your different images and things, or different pages here. So there's multiple pages loaded in. You'll notice we've got like the Fox and the holiday stuff and that. So they're on different pages. And then your job tab is for specific images. So the best way to select an image is just to click on the image itself in the preview window. See how everything changes as I click on each image. This is where you can change like your size, the amount of copies, duplicates, things like that. So I'm going to go through those features. But just know that Q when nothing's loaded in, page when everything's loaded in, and you're changing a specific page as far as your paper size goes. So just remember that. And then you can also do copies on page under the page tab. If I wanted to print like 5 copies of this Fox, I would put 5 in here. And then I usually, for whatever reason, you have to hit tab after that to get it to save that. Or you have to click out of it somewhere to save that, because it doesn't always save if you don't. It's a weird little quirk. I think they're supposed to fix in one of the next updates, but again, it's a little quirk. This is brand new software. for these printers anyway. So they're still working on a little bit of the kinks, and you'll probably see these be updated, and not a problem with the next couple weeks. But anyway, just so you're aware. But anyway, so these two are pretty straightforward. You're basically just changing your paper type and your paper size. I wouldn't mess with anything else because those are preset by your paper. So I wouldn't mess with those. Same with this page. I wouldn't mess with any of that unless you're changing the paper size. Now the job page is where you're going to do most of your work. So you're going to be changing the size of your image. So let's just say we want to make this box 5 inches wide. We can change it to 5, and it would change it to 5 inches wide. Now, if you have this locked like it is now, it'll keep it proportionate so that it doesn't like do weird things like stretch it and things. But let's make this bigger again. If we have this unlocked by clicking on it and we change this side to the width, and then click out of it, it's going to change the width, but not the height, and then it's going to be all squished. And I realize that's really small. Let me zoom in here. See how I squished it now? So typically you just want to leave this locked. I'm gonna, and now I've actually just ruined this. So 7, good enough. Okay. Anyway, and so we'll keep it locked so it stays proportionate. So you, like I said, you can change the each differently, but then it squishes or stretches your image, which most people are not comfortable with doing. Doesn't look as good. So if you leave it locked, it'll keep it proportionate. So if I change this one, it'll change the other one to keep, oh, I clicked on one thing. If I change this to 8 and then click over here, it's going to change. Oh, I unlocked it again. I'm sorry. Losing my mind, guys. Let's change this back to 5 real quick. Okay, it's locked. Okay, so let's just say I want to change it to 8 now. It's going to keep it proportionate. So, and this will automatically change here. You can change it by percentage. So if you know you need it like half the size that that it is now, you could just cut this in half. So like say this was 100%, I could put 50%. I'll change it to 50% design. Or if I go, oh, I need the full 100%, I can hit 100. It's going to change it that percentage or whatever. You can do that as well. This is where you would rotate it. So I can rotate it 90 degrees if I wanted to, or 180 degrees, or 270 degrees, or whatever. I can also move it over from the side, so a specific amount, or move it from the top a certain amount. So different things you can do there. I'm going to recenter this now. So different things you can do there as far as getting it to align exactly how you want it. But what I want to show you now is the copies, crop, and duplicate. So I'm going to show you crop first, and then I'll show you the other two. So if I hit crop, it'll pull up this window, and then I can grab the corners here and crop out what I don't want, and then hit create. And why did it move away from my box? So it cropped out that text on the bottom that I cropped out. Great. Sometimes it can do this if your canvas size is really big, but your image isn't quite as big as your canvas size. So you'll have all this space on the side that there's nothing, and then your image in the middle of it. You can crop it down to be just around your image that way too, so that you can fit more on the page. So the copy feature, let's make this small, like we're going to make copies of it. If I hit the copies, it automatically pulls up this window here. And if you select it, you'll see these two little anchor points you can grab. And you can grab these, and it's only going to let you as many will fit on the page. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. And again, I can't undo. It's 2 inches. Okay. I'm going to drag these up here. But anyway, you can only fit as many as they'll fit on the page. It'll only let you, so I could drag it all the way down here, but it's still going to, it's going to stop me right there. That's how you're going to make multiple copies. Now, duplicate is going to allow you to make copies of it. But when you hit duplicate, it's going to create another one. And you can hold control, click and drag that back up to this page if you want. Or you can click Nest All, which is under the Job tab. Or no, it's under the Page tab. And it'll bring everything that can fit in a page up here. So anyway, now you've got two on here. But now the thing about duplicate is now I can edit these separately. So I can make them different sizes. I could make different rasterization settings, whatever I want to do, because I've got two separate images now of the same thing. As opposed to copy, which is going to copy all the changes across the board. So that's the difference between copies and duplicate. I showed you what all the sizing stuff was here. Now, probably need to move to another image for this next part, so it'll let me make changes. So you have a color adjust button here. So I showed you the easy adjustments where you could brighten or darken or increase saturation, all that kind of stuff. If you wanted to do that manually, you click on color adjust. So you select your image, hit color adjust. And you can adjust it all right here. So you can adjust all your, you can make a certain colors lighter or darker. You could increase or decrease your brightness, your saturation, your chroma, your, and all that kind of stuff. You can click between these presets here. I usually just leave it on whatever it presets to. In this case, it's on photo because we're in the photo tab. So you can make those adjustments here. So you need to tweak the color a little bit or the overall color a little bit. You can do that. Processing options is another tab here. This is where you can add or decrease the amount of white that's on the back of your image. You typically don't really need to do that ever that I can think of. The only time that I have ever done that is if I'm printing on a polyester shirt and I don't want to change the heat on my press. I will then just bump this up by 50. So instead of 200, I put it to 250. But that's not a perfect way of doing it. It helps with the dye migration. It helps prevent that because there's more, it's thicker. It's got a thicker underbase in that at that point to penetrate. But if on the fly, it's not a bad option to do. But it's going to be better if you just turn your heat press down to 265 when you're doing polyester or blends to mitigate that dye migration. And we'll talk more about dye migration here a little later. But anyway, and then you can also adjust your choke. So this is going to choke in your underbase by how many pixels you choose here. I usually set mine on about a 2 or a 3, and that seems to work fine. I think it defaults to 2 or something like that, which is fine. And then you have your ink removal, which I showed you earlier, which is where you can adjust your hole size. But again, much easier to do under your rasterization setting than I showed you earlier. So that's color adjust. You can add crop marks just like it's like before to your image. You can also do it up here at that production mark up there. So you can turn those on and off. You can invert it. So invert the colors. Not really, don't really have a good reason to ever do that, but it's there. And then you can mirror it. So it should default to a mirrored position. So if you bring your images in and they're not mirrored, it should automatically mirror them for you. But if you're already mirroring your images before you bring them in, then you'll want to click on mirror. So that way it doesn't mirror it. And if you don't know what I mean by mirror, but basically if you watch that image there, this image here, you'll see that it goes backwards and forwards. Essentially, you want to print it mirrored so that way when you flip the image onto the shirt to press it, it's facing the right direction. So that's what mirror does. So we've gone through all the different settings in here, except for I haven't showed you these. You won't really mess with these two. I would just leave them as is. You can go to an original preview or a soft proof. Honestly, if we're not using the color replacement tool inside of this, because there's a better ways to do it, so you really won't be clicking on this one. This one's just gonna leave it on what it is. But this little colored box is where you can change the substrate. So basically, if you knew what shirt you're going to be putting this on, you could choose like blue, like if you got using a blue shirt, and it would change this generic substrate to blue, so you can see what it would look like on a blue t-shirt. It doesn't print, but it's a good way to kind of get an idea what it's going to look like. You can also put a grid on here if you want a grid. I don't ever use it. And then there's the zoom feature, zoom in, zoom out feature here, or you can use this drop down. So I think that's everything in this. Everything in this software that we need to cover. So I know that was a lot of information. Obviously, you can call me with questions. You're going to have a recording of this, so you can go through it later as well. But that basically covers the RIP software. A lot of different things you can do inside the software. But yeah. So we're going to go ahead and take a lunch. It's 12:06 where I'm at here. I'm not sure what time zone you guys are in, but let's come back here at 12:45 my time. So that'll give us about a 40-minute lunch. No, wait a minute. Yeah, about a 40-minute lunch. And then if you guys have any questions in the meantime, go and throw them in the chat when I get back. I'll go through all of those as well. And then once we're done with that, we'll move into the rest of our training. So, all right, we'll see you guys soon. Or we'll see you at 12:45 my time, whatever that means your time. All right, I am back. We're gonna go ahead and get started here in about a minute. I'm gonna go grab something off the printer, but so we'll give it one more minute here and we'll go ahead and get started. All right. Okay. Oh, yeah, I see you guys are back too. Does look like we have one more person in here, if I'm not crazy. Are you guys listening on the phone, or do we have another person that's jumped in our session here? I wonder if my. Okay, that's probably what it is then. Just wanted to make sure. All right. So the first thing is, do you guys have any questions or anything like that before I get started on our second part here? Okay, perfect. All right, then we're going to go ahead and kind of move forward then here. So, kind of the next thing I want to cover real quickly is just the types of paper that are out there. Um, uh, this is a list of papers that we sell. I think we might sell a couple more things in this, but these are the main ones. And I like to show these not because I'm trying to get you buy our paper only, but because these are kind of cover what's kind of out in the market that you can purchase. So there's different brands and things like that, and you might even find some paper that do some different things. But for the most part, this is what's really out there, and it'll give you an idea of what you can do. The first one on that list is the Forever Laser Dark. It's probably the most popular paper we sell because it works on all colors. It has a really good durability, easiest to use, and you guys actually probably got a sample pack of it with your printer or even a box of it. But essentially, it's for all materials, all colors. When it comes to like fabrics and things, it's a two-step paper, so you have to marry it and then press it to the shirt. Um, and then the one underneath that is the Forever Laser Dark. I'm sorry, Forever Laser Light. It is what they call a one-step paper, so you actually just print directly onto it and press it. It's like the cheap generic version of Laser Dark in a way because it's not quite as durable. You're looking at more like 5 to 10 washes with it as opposed to 30 to 50 with the Laser Dark. It also only works on lighter colored shirts and it only works on cotton. So whereas Forever Laser Dark, you can use it on polyester, blends, nylon, corduroy, I mean, whatever you want to use it on. But the Laser Light only works on, it'll only work on cotton. Actually, it works on cardboard too if you're doing like cardboard signs. So it's pretty generic. So it's good paper for like bags or cardboard signs. things you don't want to, things that are not going to be washed a whole lot. So it would be a good purpose for it, and things that are lighter in color, like light, cotton bags or something like that. Honestly, not a lot of people buy it. To be honest with you, it's kind of like it has its use cases, but it's not nearly as high quality as your laser dark paper. It's a little deceiving since it's called laser dark and laser light. You would think, oh, this is for darker colored items, this is for lighter. That's not the case. This works on everything. This one's limited. So, hot stamping foil is kind of a neat finishing foil. So you would actually use laser dark or laser. I think you could use laser light too, and you would print and press your images to your shirt. And then instead of doing a normal finishing press, you would put this foil on top and press it on there, and it will stick to everywhere that there's toner. So kind of a neat thing. You can do like reflective designs like gold, silver, like metallic looking designs with it. Pretty cool paper. I like to use it for different things. It's just as durable as the laser dark paper when you apply it, so you don't have to worry about it peeling off or anything. It'll pretty much last as long as the laser dark will last. Magic Touch CPM 6.2 and then Forever Multitrans. Those are both hard surface papers. I personally recommend the Magic Touch CPM 6.2. I think it's a little more. It's definitely easier to use, but also I think it's a little bit more durable in my opinion. It looks a little better. So two different hard surface papers, but if you're looking for something that I recommend, I like the Magic Touch a little better. And then another paper and it's a one-step paper, so you actually print directly onto it and then press it to the item. So you don't have to do a marrying process with that one. The Forever tattoo paper is like a temporary tattoo paper. It works really good. I made one for my son one time, and it sticks pretty darn good. It took an awful lot to get that stuff off. So once you press it to your skin, it'll last a couple weeks. Like it's pretty durable. We had a lady who had it on her. She put a flower on her ankle to test it out, and it was there for probably a month and a half. Like it really stuck good. That's really good quality tattoo paper. You can also use it for mugs and things, like your tumblers and things. You see those epoxy tumblers that people do. A lot of times they'll use tattoo paper and then they'll dip it in epoxy, and that makes it permanent. It will scratch off if you don't use epoxy. So keep that in mind, but it works really good for that kind of application as well. Magic Touch CL Media sticker paper. That's really good if you're doing like decals or window clings, things of that nature. You can use a plotter scanner to cut that. I think we talked a little bit about that earlier inside the rip, but so that's a really good paper to use for that kind of stuff. Excuse me, but yeah, so there's basically what's available in the market. You can find papers that are different brands that do similar things, but those are kind of cover the main things that are out there. And with these here, we do sell all of these. So, so I want to do a bit of a demonstration for you, but since we're on a webinar, obviously I can't like run a machine and everything and try to do the webinar. So I've got some like quick video clips that I've made where I go through the whole process and I'll walk you through them. So give me a second to pull those up here. So the first one I'm going to show you is the laser dark paper. And the main reason of me showing you this one is more to show you what a two-step paper, how to use a two-step paper. I'm going to go over some kind of tricks and tips and things too with it. Well, first I gotta get it to cooperate with me. Come on. There we go. Okay. Can everybody see that? Can you guys see that video okay? Yeah, perfect. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the beginning of it. So this is your laser dark paper, but the main thing is I want to show you what a two-step paper is like, because even if you use a different brand, it's going to be a very similar process. So you print on your A sheet, and then you'll have a B sheet that has your adhesive. After you print on, you put in your press just like here, and you line them up. Nothing fancy there. You'll always want to cover it with silicone paper or parchment paper. You do not want to use Teflon. And also you want to make sure that if you're using parchment paper, it's real thin like this silicone paper. There is parchment paper out there that's thicker. And what it'll do is the thicker stuff will not let the heat transfer through the paper quickly enough, and it will not transfer correctly whenever you go to, or it will not marry correctly. When you go to peel it, you'll have some issues with some of the adhesive not sticking to the toner. So typically you make sure it's silicone paper like this or parchment paper that is this thin where you can kind of see through it. And you typically don't want to use any kind of cover on your press either. You want to stay away from any kind of Teflon cover or anything like that. So just like how I have it set up here. We're going to hit play here. So once you've got that on there, you can press it. Now with this specific paper, it likes a lower amount of pressure, like a 2 or 3 if you've got a Hottronics press. So something pretty light or medium, light medium is what they usually call it. I usually just say light because it's pretty light. But anyway, you'll press it for, in this case, 2 minutes, and it's going to be different with every paper. Pressure, temperature, time may vary on different brands of paper and things, but the process is still the same. So you marry it, you press it for that amount of time, pull it out, you take off your silicone, obviously, and then you typically want to peel it right there on the platen while it's still hot. And if you pick up that corner a little bit without touching the platen, you typically won't burn yourself. But you can use gloves or like one of those heat thimbles or something. But something else to note, I'm going to go back just a little bit. See how when I'm peeling it, I'm pulling it along the page, keeping everything as close to that platen as possible. That's what you want to do, because you want the heat from this platen to keep this hot, as hot as you can keep it while you do that, because you want that adhesive that's on that sheet to stay as pliable as possible, or excuse me, and keep it as pliable as possible, but you don't want it to harden at all. You want it to cool it all as little as possible, so that way it comes off nice and smoothly. And now, by doing that, like this one here, I knocked out the black and then I put little lines in it. Actually, I think I put holes in this one. But anyway, so you'll see there's areas where there's no toner. But if you don't do it by keeping it hot while you're peeling it like that, you run into issues where adhesive will stick in between those little cracks, or it just won't peel correctly, or some of it'll come off onto the B sheet, or some of your image will. So you just got to be sure to keep it nice and warm while you're peeling it. It's not hard to do. I'm probably making it sound more complicated than it is. Just note that the warmer you can keep that while you're peeling it, the better. So anyway, once that's done peeling, you'll see here it kind of got whiter on the back. That's because there's an adhesive on there now. And you can kind of see where I knocked out the black in that image. So, and I was just showing you that it only pulled out the toner there. The next thing I like to do is usually trim the edges. And I try to trim close to the edge. I don't want to trim like around the design as much as just trim the very edge of the paper off. And because you want to leave yourself some lead room when you go to peel it, it makes it easier to peel off the shirt. So, and you notice I'm not doing this any kind of gracefully at all. I'm just trimming the edges real quick. There we go. And so now you just place your shirt onto your press, which is pretty straightforward. I do like to do a quick pre-press for like 2 or 3 seconds on the shirt, just to get the wrinkles out, but also to kind of get any humidity that's in the shirt out. That'll help the adhesive sink into the shirt the way it's supposed to, and you'll get a better grip. So when you go to peel it, you don't have as hard a time trying to peel it off. And here you almost see me forget to put silicone paper on it. Pretty much always want silicone paper on it, unless you're using T-seal, which I'll get into that in a minute. But you pretty much always want to use silicone paper over your design. to when you're pressing it to the shirt or you're marrying it. When you're doing your finishing press, there's a couple different options. So, but anyway, press the shirt now. This is the point where you want the adhesive actually cool before you peel it, because that means it's going to solidify into those fibers and allow your toner to stick. So now that it's cool, you'll peel it off. And you see how I'm kind of rolling it off? I'm not pulling it off. That's going to give you a better peel. It allows that toner to release from the page a little bit easier. I was actually rolling this on a very slick surface, so it wasn't as easy as it would normally be. But anyway, you can kind of see how that rolled off. I want to go back. So, but the kind of the trick is to get the fold over on itself and put some pressure down on this where it folds over as you're rolling it, and that will make it peel off much easier. Again, I was struggling because this was a very slick table I was on. So if you've got something that's like wood or maybe has some kind of rough surface to it, it'll be easier to peel these. All right, and then at this step, you can use silicone paper to finish it. And the reason you're finishing it is because one, I don't know if you can really see it before, but it was kind of shiny when I was peeling it off. See if you can see it. You can't really see it, but essentially, if I were to hold this up, you can see how actually you can kind of see it, a shine reflection here, but it's kind of real shiny. So in order to get rid of that shine, you would want to finish it somehow with a finishing press. But you have a couple options. So just on a basic level, you can use silicone paper. Put silicone paper over top and press it, no big deal, like I'm doing here. They make something called T-Seal, which works really good at making the images even softer, and also increases durability. So instead of 30 to 50 washes, you could probably get another 10 to 20 washes out of it on top of that. But it helps to increase durability, and it kind of roughens, it kind of puts a micro texture to the toner and makes it feel much softer. So if you're having problems with things feeling real papery or hard, you can use T-Seal as kind of an added thing to make it feel softer. And I think T-Seal typically runs between $30 and $40 for a sheet of it, and it lasts 500 to 1,000 presses. That being said, the sheet I've had in my showroom in here that I use has been used so many times that I'm sure I'm past that 500 mark, and it's still fine. So it lasts quite a bit, especially if you drop your temperature a little bit when you press it to the image. I think they recommend under 290. I usually set mine at 285 when I press the shirt, or when I'm finishing the design, just to keep that paper soft. And I like to try to avoid using high heat when I don't have to, so that way I can avoid scorching the toner, because that can help with durability if you're pressing it to the shirt at a lower temperature, and then pressing doing the finish press at a lower temperature. Usually I shoot for about 285 or 265 if I'm looking for something I really want some good durability out of. If you do it all at 320, it'll work just fine. The durability will still be good, but sometimes you can get a little bit of more durability out of it. If you're having trouble with like it breaking down after someone washes, it's probably because you're scorching your toner, make it a little more brittle. I see your question too, by the way. This is what pressure and temp for T-Seal. I believe the temperature is the important part of that, and I think it's under 290. It says it in the instructions when you get it. I'm thinking it's under 290 and under is where they recommend the temperature be out for that. The temperature isn't as important as far as where it's at. You can go down. I usually go down to 265 when I'm pressing like polyester or cotton, like blends and things. So because over 285, you start to get dye migration, and it's where the dye from the shirt actually mixes in the toner. So I usually drop my temperature about 265 when I do polyester, things like that. T-Seal, it doesn't really matter what temperature as far as the pressing to the shirt, just as long as it's obviously hot, but not over 290, I think is what it is. I'll have to look that up to be sure, but I think it's 290. I pressed it at 300 and 320, and it doesn't seem to hurt anything, but they recommend under 290. So take that for what it's at. I usually do drop it to about 285 just to be safe. If I have time, but if you're working in a high production environment where you got one shirt, one rep after another, after another, after another, after another. Sometimes it's not as feasible to drop your temperature every time because you have to marry it at 320 in order to get a good marry. So it just depends on how your setup's up, whether that's easy for you to do or not. But if you marry like if you get a big batch, you just marry them all and then drop your press. Obviously, that's going to save you a lot of time too. But anyway, hopefully that answers your question. I've seen people press to a shirt at 175 degrees. So I know that you can go at least as low as that. Honestly, I wouldn't go that low unless I really had to, unless I was working with something really delicate, like maybe nylon or something that would melt at a high temp. Then I would probably go much lower when I'm pressing to it. Like, for instance, I did some umbrellas not too long ago, like that nylon umbrella material, real thin, and I pressed it at a much lower temperature. I pressed it at like, I think I did like 190 or something like that. So that way it wouldn't melt the material. But most of the time, like cotton, it don't matter what you do to cotton, it ain't gonna scorch. So you can leave it at 320 all the way. But polyester blends, things like that, polyester blends, and your more temperamental materials, typically you want to drop it a little bit. So hopefully that clarifies that. And then the other option would be if you're doing foil. That's considered your finishing press there too. So if you were doing foil, you could put the foil on top of this with some silicone paper over top of that, and then you finish it that way. So yeah, so this, I like to show off this shirt. I'll wait until I actually do the finishing press here. Oh, actually, I guess I did. Because this is a really good example of, I'll wait till I get it turned around here. So this shirt is one that all the black was knocked out of. So I used that knock me out black feature, or the rasterization, basically the rasterization feature. This was technically done with a different software, but they both accomplish the same thing. But that rasterization feature, where it'll knock out the black and then add the lines and stuff, that's exactly what this is. So you can see how much detail that preserved while still knocking out a bunch of your toner. So, and it looks like this doesn't do it justice. It looks fantastic in person. But anyway, just to give you kind of an idea of what that good settings can do for you. And the more you use it, the more you'll find out what works really well, and the better it'll be. So I'm going to close that one. So that's your two-step process. Two-step basically means you have to marry it and then press it to the shirt. Now, I'll show you what a one-step process looks like. And this is a video on laser light. So with laser light, and then you have to use white with laser light, obviously. So we typically just follow the same thing. I put the shirt on there and I pre-press it for 2 or 3 seconds. I probably go a little overboard even here, but the main goal is just to get the humidity out of the shirt and get rid of the wrinkles, make it easy to press to. So I don't have to marry it because it's a one-step paper. You'll see here I have it just printed right onto that sheet, and I'm going to lay it on top of there. Technically, I think with one step, you don't even have to use silicone paper, but I do here just for the sake of things. And then that's really more just to protect your press. You don't want that adhesive getting stuck to the top of the platen or whatever. Typically with one-step papers, you have to use a higher temperature. So here you can see it's actually like 375. And typically a higher pressure as well. So this is where it gets a little tricky with one-step papers as far as garments go. Your one-steps for your hard surfaces and things like that, not a problem. You just follow the directions and it's fine. But with the one-step papers, when it comes to garments, typically you press it at a high heat so that the adhesive gets into the shirt. But then you also have to let it cool enough so that when you peel it, it comes off the shirt. But you can't let it cool all the way down because then all of the adhesive is going to stick to the shirt and you won't be able to peel it off the shirt. So usually you have to press it to the shirt and then let it cool, or like what I do in this video, after I press it, I grab like an extra t-shirt or something and I rub it down for about 3 or 4 seconds. just to press that adhesive in there a little bit, and then also get it cool enough where it starts to solidify, and then you peel it off. But you can't do as cold. And actually, I may have even cooled it just slightly a little bit too long on that one, because you could kind of see a little bit of the color left on the sheet. But the good thing about laser light, it's a little more forgiving when you do that, because obviously it still turned out really great. So now you just do your finishing press like you would normally. You could use T-seal on this, or you could use the silicone sheet. But I would say one-step papers are definitely a lot more finicky, because you have to it's a little bit of a guessing game to get it right. And the reason it's not just straightforward is because every press is different. If you have a Fusion IQ, 3 or 4 seconds, rubbing it down right afterwards, perfect. It works every time. But if you have a Heat Nation press, or if you have a whatever press is out there, other presses are out there, it's going to be different, because they have cheaper heating elements, or they might be slightly out of calibration or whatever, and it's all going to play into how long you let that cool. But anyway, you can see how this turned out nice and vibrant, just like if we were using the laser dark paper. It's actually technically going to be a little bit softer, because it has a little bit more of a gummy texture, because you're putting adhesive over top. It almost is going like over top of it a little bit. So laser light always feels pretty good. But anyway, so that's a one-step paper. Magic Touch, if you want a one-step paper that's more durable, Magic Touch has one called T1 or I think it's just called Magic Touch T1 paper. It's really good about it's the same process and everything, but it's a lot more durable. I would say it probably lasts about 20 to 30 washes. Like it's pretty good compared to laser light. So if you really wanted to go this route and do a one-step paper, I would look at Magic Touch's T1 paper. We don't sell it, but it is a really good paper. I wish we did sell it. I've tried to get it in here multiple times, but I don't know, something to do with the cost on it or something. That's crazy. But it's good paper. So anyway, we're gonna go ahead and move on from that. So that's the two most common types of paper you're gonna see out there: a one-step or a two-step. Even like the tattoo paper is like a two-step paper, but the mirroring process is more about like sticking it, or like more about how you lay the paper than anything. So, but all these papers come with instructions. Even the other brands come with instructions with the paper. So usually it's not hard to figure out how to use it. Again, that's why I'm here. You can call me anytime. So if I don't know the answer, I can get the answer. But typically that's the main process. All the printable techniques and things are all the same for a one-step and two-step shirt. So, or one and two-step papers. There's some specialty stuff up there like the hot stamping foil, but that's simple. You just throw it on top of your design and press it. It doesn't like it's very forgiving. Or like your sticker paper, you print directly on it and you stick it on or whatever. So those are really straightforward. But that's your basic process on your one step and your two-step papers. Excuse me. Let's see. So the next thing I kind of want to do is talk about the most common issues that come up. Not that you'll necessarily see all these issues in the lifetime you're using your printer, but when they do come up, it'll be things that you'll just to give you an idea of what's causing it and maybe a couple things to try to fix it. Obviously, you have lifetime support. Call us anytime. Doesn't matter what the issue is or question is. That's what we're here for. We're here to make sure that you're successful and you can have a lifeline if you have questions or anything, or trying a new project, or because I've talked to a lot of different people in this space who try all kinds of new things. So if you ever have something obscure that you're wanting to do and don't know how to approach it, give me a call. We can definitely work that out together. So, but anyway, I'd like to go over these just so that you see what could happen and why it happens. So, excuse me, I need to take a drink. Give me just a second. So adhesive, not sticking to the A sheet. So A sheet, this is primarily the two-step paper that this will see this on. So you have your A sheet, which is what you print on, and your B sheet, which has the adhesive, right? So sometimes you'll have an issue where your adhesive is not sticking to the A sheet. So you'll have patches on your print that have no adhesive sticking on it. So there's a couple things that cause that. One, your pressure isn't high enough, or your pressure is too high. So what happens is, if your pressure is too high and you go to press that paper, and it like squishes that adhesive, so there's areas where it's not as thick as it should be. And so when you go to peel it, that adhesive isn't thick enough to stick. And or it like sticks in between areas it's not supposed to. When you go to peel it off, if you look real close to the B sheet, you'll see where the adhesive has been left or has been taken away. This can also happen if you happen to have bad paper, but don't let that scare you because it's very rare. I think since I've been here the last 3 years, I've had 4 people send me a box of bad paper. So it's very rare. And we sell thousands upon thousands of boxes of paper. So it's not like this is a common thing at all. But if you happen to get a bad box of paper, typically the process is that you'll send it to us. We'll test it just to make sure that's what's going on. Because we want to make sure we fix your issue, not just give you more paper, throw more paper at you. So, or not just throw more paper at you. So I want to make sure that's actually the problem you're having. If it is, obviously we send you a new box of paper, no problem. And then if it isn't, then we'll obviously diagnose it. I usually replace the paper that I use to test, so I'm not using up your paper. And then I send it back to you, and then we troubleshoot further. But typically, if we've gotten to the point where you've sent me paper, we've troubleshooted everything else, and we know it's the paper at that point. So don't be scared by that. But again, that is so rare that's actually the issue. So just keep that in mind. But the majority of the time, it's a setting issue on the press. Either the pressure is too high, which is the majority of the time is what the problem is, or sometimes it's temperature related. And it's not usually that you have it set at the wrong temperature. It's usually because the temperature is out of calibration. So like your press may say 320 degrees, but it might actually be like 340 or 210 or 290 or something. It's like, it's not showing the right temperature. And the way you test that usually is using like a heat gun or like a temperature gun, whatever they call. Or I personally throw a meat probe in the center of my press. I have one of the ones that has the wire coming off that goes to a box. So I set it in the middle of the press it down, and see what that gets to see if it's anywhere near close to what my press is actually saying. Probably not the most accurate way to do it, but it's accurate enough to where you can get an idea if that's your problem or not. But anyway, that's typically what would fall into your adhesive not sticking to the A sheet. I'll probably elaborate on reverse that because I don't think I have it in this list, and I really should. But if you have the A sheet sticking to the B sheet, so whenever you go to peel it apart and some of your images coming off on the B sheet, that's because the page is typically cooled too much. And it can also be bad paper, also again very rare. But most of the time it's because you let it cool too much before you got it peeled. Which can be because your temperature's not high enough. It could be because you didn't press it for long enough. Typically, it's because someone's pulled it off the platen, or they've let it sit for a little bit, or for too long before they start peeling it. So that's typically where you see that issue. But to be honest with you, it's pretty forgiving for the most part. So you have a little bit of playtime there, but anyway, that's typically what you see in those two circumstances. Only printing on half the page. Almost always, this is because the paper size is not set correctly. So your printer, if you tell it it's going to print 11 by 17 in the software, and you put an 8.5 by 11 in there, and vice versa, the printer is expecting to print 11 by 7 or one size, and you're telling it something different. And you put something different in there, it's going to start to print. And it's like, oh wait, something's wrong, and it's going to stop printing, or not stop printing, but it's going to stop fusing. And you'll see like half of your image looks really great, and the rest of it starts to fade, or it just doesn't print the whole thing. That's because the paper size is not correct somewhere. Either what you put in is not correct, or what you told the printer to put in is not correct. So That's I don't know that there's anything else that's ever caused that. That's been the only thing that's ever caused it. So keep that in mind. Printer will not print. I showed you earlier where you could change the port. You go into queue and then manage queues and change the port. Almost every time it's because the port got misaligned somehow. Like it like defaulted back to file or the IP address changed if you had it connected to network. But it's always something to do with that port. So the easiest way to fix it is to go in, unselect the port, like choose file, close that window, go back to it, and then change that port to your printer. And that fixes it every time. It doesn't happen very often. It's it's a pretty uncommon thing on a normal basis, but I do get occasional calls about it, and that pretty much takes care of it every time. Colors are not coming out accurate. Now, this is a combination of things that causes this. You're probably never going to get your colors to print exactly the way they look on the screen. For one, your image is probably created in RGB. Actually, that's usually something you have to change inside of your editing software to create it in CMYK, because your printer is going to print in CMYK, the CMYK color mode. Your editing software is usually default to RGB mode. So that can be, if you're getting not accurate colors, that's usually part of it, because you're not starting out with an RGB or CMYK image, you're starting with an RGB. And just so you know, RGB and mode, there's different color modes. RGB is actually a mixture of light. It's actually what your computer monitor portrays to you, because it's using light to make the colors you see. Whereas CMYK is using more like tangible items like ink, toner, that kind of thing to make the colors that you see. So if you were to mix all of RGB or red, green, blue together in RGB, it's actually going to produce white. Whereas if you mix CMYK, cyan, yellow, magenta, and black together, or just CMY yellow together, or cyan, magenta, yellow together, you're gonna make black. So it's two very different ways of mixing color, because you're using two different things to make those colors. So one, if you don't start out in CMYK mode and you're in your software, you're going to get some color accuracy there. But then you're also looking at your image on a monitor that can only show color in RGB. So it's never going to look like the way it's printed out, because it's printed out in CMYK. Your monitor is going to be in RGB. So remember that. You just know that you're never going to get the perfect colors from your monitor to your print. Now, but by just looking at the color on your monitor. Now, the way to get perfect color is to print out a color chart and press it to a shirt or some extra material. Then you know exactly what color codes are going to look like, different color codes are going to look like when you print them from the printer to a final design. So that's one way you can get accurate color. But just know that the computer monitor is never going to portray the color that prints out, and you're probably already starting with an inaccurate way of creating the colors that are going to print out in the first place, unless you personally change it. Now, all that being said, those colors are not that much different. They usually look slightly faded when they're printed. They're always going to look slightly darker or slightly faded compared to what's on your screen. That's where that saturation setting, where you can easily adjust, increase saturation. So if you're looking for more vibrancy, which is typically RGB usually looks a little more vibrant, you just increase your saturation to compensate for it, if you want to do that. So hopefully that makes sense. Now, outside of that, if your printer is not laying the appropriate density, sometimes you can get some odd color issues. That's an easy fix. There's a way to auto adjust that inside of the printer by hitting menu, calibration, and then adjust density. Honestly, if that's something you're struggling with, you can call me, I can walk you through it, but it's pretty easy. You just hit the menu button on your printer, go down to calibration, and then there's a thing called it's just called adjust density. So you can adjust it there, and it'll correct any actual physical density issues you're having with the actual toner. So, but anyway, that's a lot of times why color isn't showing around. Humidity can have an effect on it too. If you're in a low humidity environment, sometimes your colors might come out a little different, or you might see splotches. So usually a way to fix that is to run a humidifier in your work area, and it'll keep that humidity where it needs to be. Humidity typically for this printer needs to be around 50 to 70%. Usually your humidity outside the printer is a little more than what's actually in your printer. So if your room is at 50% humidity, inside your printer might actually only be like 35% humidity. So I usually recommend, if you're going to run a humidifier in your area, try to run it so that your humidity stays at 60%. And you can get some that like click on and off to keep a certain humidity level. But that's if you have the problem. You're like maybe 1% of people have problems with humidity. It's usually if you're living like in the drier parts of Arizona, drier parts of New Mexico, things like that. But if you live in like a desert, yeah, you might have some humidity issues. So keep that in mind. But if you're in Missouri or Ohio or I don't know, Michigan, you're not going to have real humidity issues. Maybe in the wintertime, especially if your HVAC system has an automatic dehumidifier in it, you might have to run a humidifier, but not usually a problem, but just want to mention that. And if you need to check the humidity on your printer, that's a weird thing. Oki, which is people who make the printers, Oki, even though it says Crio, it's still an Oki printer. They have a proprietary way of reading the humidity. So in order to get the humidity, I have to have you print off the configuration pages inside your printer. Then I have to send it to them to get it read, and then I have to come back and tell you what it is. So if you're having trouble, then we can get it read. If not, then don't worry about it. So let's see. Black is not black. Same reasons as before. Not using the right color or not taking consideration the RGB and CMYK color modes. Could be humidity, which is rare unless you're in a dry climate. But also, and some people don't realize there's a ton of shades of black out there. And it may be that you're just using the wrong color code for the black that you're looking for. So keep that in mind too. But otherwise, it's usually the same as the other reasons. Out of registration, for if you guys don't know what I mean by registration, it's basically you'll look at your print and you may see like a white, a yellow, a cyan, or blue kind of like shadow to your image, or it might be a mixture of those colors. Shadow to your images. It might be because your cartridges and your drums are not aligned. And so the easiest way to do that is to hit menu, calibration, adjust registration on your printer. And that will automatically adjust that for them to be perfect. Now, the manufacturer does recommend that when you run the registration, that you run it 5 to 10 times. I'm not sure why. Maybe they're just not confident that doing it once will take care of it. But you'll need to run it, 5 to 10 times just to make sure it's nice and perfect. Splotchy and inconsistent prints. That could be for a couple reasons. It could be that your humidity is low. If you're noticing that it's got kind of like splotches that are somewhat see-through, usually that's a humidity issue. If they are real like thick blobs on your print, it's because you have toner buildup on your fuser. Usually because you've ran the wrong paper type associated with your paper that you're using. Like if you were using laser dark and you put it on laser light, you're going to have some issues with buildup. Easy fix though, just run some copy paper through your printer. Just print out 10 copies of some random print, and usually it'll clean that all up. Not a big deal. Those are really the only splotchy, things I see, unless the drum's going bad, which is pretty rare. But again, those are things you can call me and we can troubleshoot through. Usually, if you send me a picture of what your printer is printing out, I can almost always tell you exactly what it is. I've done it long enough that I know what it is typically. And then running a cleaning print is what I was talking about with that copy paper. Is just running 10 sheets of copy paper through your printer with just a small image on it, and it will clean out any buildup that's on the fuser. And that's really it for just some common issues I see. And don't be scared. When I say common, I mean these are pretty rare, but since I deal with so many customers in a given day or week, this is what the most common things they call about. So these are things you may never run into, but just so you're aware of when these things pop up, or if they pop up. kind of have an idea where that's coming from. Again, don't hesitate to call us. That's what we're here for. Usually it's me or Kelsey here. So, I tend to take more of like the next tier of things. She helps with like installation and setup and things, where I typically go into more of the troubleshooting issues and then coordinating with the warranty claims or with warranty claims and things like that. So if something happens, as far as like your machine's warranty goes, typically that's something I will handle. But anyway, that's all of that. I did want to get into some quick, a couple quick like tips for creating designs. I've gone over a couple of them and simple detail here and there through as we were talking about the software, but I want to kind of just reiterate some of them a little more. So one of the key things to remember is that the more broken up the image is, the softer it's going to feel. I don't know how much printing you guys have done so far, but I'm sure you've noticed if you've printed a big design that's not broken up, it feels a bit papery. So if there's any way you can break that up, it's going to make it softer. That's the first thing you can do. So whether that is knocking out a color, like if you've got a red shirt and with a red design, or a design that has red in it, and if you're putting on a red shirt, you can knock out the red and let the shirt fill that in. I do that all the time with like the Cardinals logo, because we're big Cardinals people here, St. Louis Cardinals. So like we've done some red Cardinals shirts for like when we do people go to games and things, and I've just knocked out the red and used the black lines to as part of the image, and then that red fills in really nicely. Just to give you an example, you can also rasterize it, like we showed earlier. Something that I've done before that works really well, if you're working with a graphic, if you outline all of the different color areas and and delete like a thin line between them, so there's no toner there, it doesn't really break up the design and like visually, but when you run your hand across it, it feels really soft still. So that's something else you can do. There's so many different things. You can distress it, give it more of like a weathered look, and that'll make it feel softer. I mean, anything you can do to break up that surface is going to make it feel softer. And you don't have to do it very much. It actually doesn't take very much at all to make it feel soft. And then anything under like 4 inches in surface area is going to feel fine. Typically, some people are a little more pickier than me, so you may say 2 to 3 inches in surface area. So anyway, those are some like things you can do to the design to do it. I saw your thing on there. Yeah, I don't like the papery feeling either. That's why I try to avoid it at all costs. But it's very rarely I run into an image I just can't do anything with to make it feel softer. And rasterization is usually my last choice, like putting the little dots or lines in it. But there are ways to do that and make it still look fantastic. But I would say probably the easiest way is the T-seal. The T-seal is going to take it down a level and that papery. If you've got a large image, it's still going to be somewhat papery with T-seal, but you're going to notice a significant difference if you run your hand over it. So that's an easy way to make it feel softer, definitely. But breaking it up in some way, there's so many different ways. There's actually a really good video. Let me pull it up, and I'm not going to play it because it's like there's like 5 parts to it. It's probably like an hour's worth of content, but it does have some really good ideas for breaking up things. It's actually made for a different software than what we use. It's made for the ProRip software for the iColor machines, but it looks identical and has all the same features. So it's actually the same software written by the same people for 2 different printers, but it has all the same features. So the video, you should be able to follow along with it pretty darn closely to do a lot of these. So I'm going to share that link in the chat box once I get it pulled up here, so you have that. But there's, man, I'm sorry, I don't know why I got this cough all of a sudden. I think it's just really hot. Anyway, let me pull this up here. Yeah, I don't think it's COVID. I just I think my allergies are acting up this morning. And then I shut the doors of my office and the vent doesn't work in here. So it's probably like, I don't know, 78 degrees in here right now. So it's probably part of it. White toners. So there's a group on, or there's a Facebook channel, or not Facebook channel, YouTube channel called White Toner Support Group. I realize I'm pulling this up on the wrong screen, so you guys can't even see what I'm doing. Let me pull this over there for you. Oops, I did it in the wrong spot. Anyway, here's the, can you all see that okay? If you Google the White Toner Support Group and you find their YouTube channel, which is this one right here. Let's go to their Facebook channel here. So under videos, they have a series. If you scroll down, it's these right here. These ones, these 5 here, these 4, and then this one here. They are a whole series devoted to different ways to break up images. And I wonder if they have it in a playlist, actually, that would make this. Yeah, here we go. I'm going to copy this link into the chat box so you guys can save that and watch that. It's a really good series. I forgot how to. Yeah, I'm a big guy, so I definitely get hot. There you go. There's that link. That'll take you straight to the playlist for this series I was talking about. Let's pause that. Okay. But anyway, they also have a really good channel if you want to sort through their videos. Again, they're mostly writing for, they refer a lot to the ProRip software, which, like I said, is identical. And actually, if I pulled up a picture of it, here we go. Look, looks exactly the same, right? So the only difference is for the iColor printers, they have separate tabs up here for different things that the iColor can do. We just achieve these things all more automatically in our version of the software. But all the settings and things are the same. The plugins and everything are the same. So you can follow a lot of that. You can follow a lot of that really well. But they have a really good channel. They cover a lot of just odds and ends and different things you can do in white toner. So they cover white toner in general, like all kinds of different things you can do. They're more of like a group about white toner as opposed to us, like we sell the white toner products. So they have a really good video database, just all kinds of different things, like installing parallels and using it on a Mac, if you're using the Mac, or a better way to preview it. Use a variable opacity, just all kinds of stuff to kind of get you more like on a professional level, even like splitting up images. Granted, this is using a specific software, which you don't have coupled with this program, but you can achieve that inside an editor as well. But I don't know, there's just tons of stuff in here you can mess with or you can look at. Then we have our YouTube channel, which I'll be honest with you, does not have nearly as much as what they have, but it has some of the essentials. So if you look at playlist, I've got everything sorted out here. There's one specifically for Oki printer tips. Here it is. Oh, well, of course it's gonna, but I've got some videos here on using all the different types of paper. So if you need instructions on how to use paper, I've got videos that actually show you how to use it, each one of them right here. And this is Shannon. She used to work with us here. She was our Oki supply specialist when she was here. She's since left, but Sophie is now our supply specialist. You may see some videos of her pop up too, but anyway, she goes through each like tattoo paper. This one was like combining the Forever Laser Dark and hot stamping foil. This is using hot stamping foil. This is using water slide paper, which we may or may not sell anymore. I don't remember on that one. The Magic Touch CPM 6.2, Flex Saw, laser light, laser dark. So basically, kind of like the demonstration I showed you, but she's actually walking you through the process and showing more of a visual presentation. So anyway, those are available on our webpage too. And it's just Stitch It International is the name of the channel. I do also have a playlist for some tutorials on like using the software and stuff. Unfortunately, this is not the software that you guys are using. This is the older software and stuff. There's a new video coming out for that, but until then, you have obviously my webinar. You'll have a recording of that goes over it probably in more detail than what an actual video on YouTube would, because we're more limited on time. So yeah, those are two good resources. I think I went a little bit off script here a little bit. But anyway, those would be good places to go to get some ideas for, like the support group especially would be a good place to go to get ideas on how to edit different things and do different effects and changes to your image and things like that. We have a couple other things I'll show you here in a little bit as far as social media pages and things like that. But for now, I just wanted to show you where you could learn more about breaking up those images. White border on around your image, that could be because of transparent pixels. I probably need to broaden this a little bit. So occasionally you'll have transparent pixels around your image because you're like, there's maybe if you put like a glow effect or something on the edge of your design. At a certain point, when you do that glow, it starts to fade out. The pixels are transparent enough that you can't really see them, but the problem is that the software is automatically going to put white toner behind them, and so it's going to look like a white border around your image. And so let me pull this over here real quick, and I'll show you what you can do to fix that. So what you would do then is if you right-click and go to Easy Adjustments, you can actually turn those pixels off. Or if you need those to see the glow effect you're doing or something, you could use 50 transparent pixels 50/50. And essentially that's going to bump them up to 50% so they're still visible, so that you don't get this weird white outline. So yeah, so that's how you would fix that problem. You can also go into your editor and remove them physically too. I do that a lot. If I'm looking for a very hard edge or something, sometimes I'll do that. And how to get a transparent background. I kind of showed you guys that earlier, but essentially in the RIP software, do I have anything loaded in with the background? Probably not. Let's remove all these and do that. Let's see what we get a background. Problem is I create all my stuff and I've already removed the background. Let's look at, do I have anything in downloads I have recently downloaded? Yeah, okay, we can use this one. I mean, this one would be fine. So you got the black background on this image. And so the way I would remove it is I would use that knock me out black, or if it's a different color, I could knock me out color out, like if I was white or something like that. But anyway, I would knock it out and then hit OK. Now, if I was putting this on a black shirt, I probably wouldn't have to do anything else. I could just let the black shirt fill in the rest, right? But if I didn't want, like say, I was putting this on a blue shirt, obviously I can't leave that out, right? So what I would do then is bring it into GIMP after I've knocked out that color. And I did show you guys this earlier, but just to show you it again. So what I would do then is just make a new layer, drag this down, and then paint it back in. So I would just grab my black, okay, and then I would just paint it back in underneath. Actually, I went outside the lines there. Basically, you would just stay inside your image here, and put it back in. So this is obviously a much more tedious one because this is a high resolution image of something that has a lot of very color tones in it. But for the majority of your images, it's not going to be that complicated. You could also use the paint bucket tool and your less complicated images and just fill it. Oops. If you click on your actual image, you could fill in the image itself in just little areas. Obviously, this is the perfect example for the paint bucket. And actually, that's going to fill it all in. That's not what I want to do. But anyway, for something like this, where it's a lot of little things, you're doing it wrong. I would use my paintbrush and just color it in and get it as perfect as I can. So that's how you would remove the background and then add in, if you had that background color in your image, then just add it back. Again, not the most perfect example for this because this is a photograph. This works so much better with actual graphics where you have hard lines. But you kind of get the idea. If you're doing this with photographs, there's better ways to do it inside of an editor, like Photoshop or something. You can use the magic eraser tool and then use the contiguous option on it, or whatever, however you say it, and it will do it in a much more appropriate, way. But yeah, so that's how you would remove a background. You can also, I'm gonna just close this and not save this because there's another option too that I honestly always forget about because it's not been around forever. You can add in. There's a really great. You can use a fluid mask. I think I showed it to you guys earlier, but we really didn't do a lot with it. It's the it's up here. Edit with fluid mask. Of course, I went to my other screen. And so what you would do then is take this delete local brush and just paint over what you want to remove. And then you can clean it up, obviously. But this will remove that background. Sometimes around the edges, you'll have to go use like a more finer, brush and just kind of try to paint that area back in. Like here, we want to preserve that. And around this ear, try to preserve some of that. And this is pretty intelligent, like it'll figure out what it's trying to save and what you're trying not to save for the most part. You can ignore the green, that won't actually print or anything crazy like that. But anyway, this tool is a little more, a little bit smarter, but once you got it the way you want it, file, save and apply. And it will save and apply. And I keep forgetting how big this file is. It's like 600 DPI, which is like way bigger than it needs to be. But once it finishes here, you'll see what I mean by it. It kind of is a little better about removing the background. While we're waiting on that, do you guys have any questions so far? Nope, good. You guys are easy. Oh, well, apparently I missed something, but you get the idea. I think I meant to paint more inside of this, but actually, let's just do it right. Let's go back. And I'll show you again. I should have painted to where it was all green. I wasn't thinking. So anyway, nope, not what I meant to do. So basically we'll color out the background and then take our, we can just add in back in what we need here. Just a little bit in the tip here. Oops. I keep screwing it up. I'm sorry, guys. I meant to get my, I picked the wrong tool. There we go. So anyway, I'm not going to do this perfect so we don't waste a bunch of time here, but just enough to kind of give you the idea. We'll do the areas that kind of fine tune with this brush here, which is going to let you paint directly where you want it. And then this will, like, until it'll gently sense, see how it's all broken up with these blue lines? You can now just take those and it'll fill those in. But the other one is just kind of a fine tuning tool that I was using to get the edges. So anyway, we could fill this in. Oops, I went too close to the edge. And apparently Control Z or undo works for this part of the program. So that's a plus. Then fix that. Got too close again. There we go. But essentially you'd fill in all those areas that you want to keep. It would look better. Oops. Man. There we go. Okay, so now that we've got all that filled in with the green and we got the red filled in with what we don't want, that's whenever you could hit File, Save As and Apply, and then the whole thing will show up. Theoretically. There we go. So much better, right? Obviously, I could have fine-tuned the edges a little better, you know, if I spent more time on it. But that gives you an idea how you can remove the background. I just saw your answer. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's usually when I'm taking a programming class right now. I was like, oh, I watch videos like, oh, that's how you do it. Oh, great. And then I go to actually do it. I'm like, what am I doing? So I can relate to that. All right, so that's how you can remove backgrounds. You can use that fluid mask tool. It works really good, especially if you've got backgrounds that are like multicolored. Like if this fox was standing in a field or something, you had grass all around him. Fluid mask would be a little easier than that, easier for that too. So anyway, just a couple different ways you can remove the background. Let's see. I already told you about the color chart. I actually have one that, I'll tell you what, I'll put the link of it into the chat so you guys can have that. But basically you can print out this color chart and press it to a shirt and you'll have an idea of what these colors are going to look like as a finished print. So. He wasn't, no, he really wasn't. I don't know why I bothered to do that. You guys can see this. So it's actually on our website, and this is actually where you can find a lot of tools that I have out there for you. So if you go to stitchitinternational.com or stitchitintl.com, it stands for international, and then go to knowledge base. And then down towards the bottom, you'll see white toner transfer products. And if you look at helpful links and tutorials, and for whatever reason, you got to click on this link too, I've got a bunch of resources here for you. So on the top section where it says downloads, you can actually download the software and things like that. This Cadlink digital factories for you guys, obviously. There's other software we used to sell that's still available here. Free editing tool that takes you to Photopea. Probably not necessary with the software, but it's available. But anyway, right underneath that is the color chart. So if you click on this, it will take you to a Dropbox folder that has these color charts. And I've got a couple different ones for different paper sizes because the old software was a lot harder to resize things to what you wanted. So I just made sizes for each type of paper. But with this, you could pick any of these and then just make it as big as you need it. But anyway, we'll click on one of these And it's just a simple color chart. It doesn't have every color in the world, but it has the majority of the ones that I use on a regular basis. So, but anyway, you'll notice, I need to zoom in. You'll notice under each color it has the CMYK color code. So you could put those directly into your editing software and know exactly what color you're going to get when you print that out because you have this printed to a piece of material already. So, but anyway, so that's a way to get kind of more accurate color and things of that nature. So let's go back. What am I trying to find here? Yeah, nope, I want my PowerPoint. All right, so just some kind of things to help with designing and things of that nature. So at this point, we've kind of gone all through most of all the content that I had for you guys. So I wanted to give you some time to ask questions or anything like that if you have any. If not, we can pretty much conclude. But while you're typing questions you might have, oh, you know what? I was going to share that link to that color chart. That's what I was doing. I'm sorry. So I'll share this link so you can go to it directly. But otherwise, if you go to Stitch It International or stitchitintl.com and go to knowledge base and all that, you can find all this stuff. There you go. Now you've got the link for that. Anyway, so like I said, I mostly covered everything that I have prepared. If you have any questions or maybe some projects you have in mind that you are not sure how to approach, we can talk about that if you want. Otherwise, just a couple things to wrap it up while you're typing maybe any questions you might have. We do have a Facebook page that is available to you guys. If you Google White Toner Club, I think it is. You should see a White Toner Club pop up on Facebook. We're the first one and the only one called the White Toner Club. And it's a Facebook page pretty much just devoted to people who have these printers and, they can have questions. If they have questions, they can post them here. If a lot of times people who work in the industry are involved in the industry in some way around here. So like Joseph Eric, for instance, he works for Magic Touch, and he is kind of the guru when it comes to Magic Touch products. So a lot of times, if I don't have the answer, I usually call him and ask him. So I bug him every now and then. So he's on here. I'm on here. I don't get to be very active as much as I used to be because it's grown so big, and I have kind of taken on some other responsibilities as well. But I do try to get on here, a couple times a week and answer questions and things like that. Otherwise, there are like 5,000 people in this group that will jump at answering your question, anytime you need. I was looking for the member count, but I guess it's not going to show me. But anyway, but people get on here, they post what projects they're working on. They post, any issues they might be having to see if anyone in the community has had a similar issue. 4.9, almost 5,000. We're getting there. We're probably one of the biggest groups on Facebook for White Toner right now. I think there's the White Toner support group has more, but yeah, there's like a different. There's all kinds of people in the industry in here, and plus customers of ours and other companies that have found it who post things to, and so there's just all kinds of people on here who you can ask questions to and connect with, and some things are kind of cool. It's kind of cool because a lot of people on here when they can't fulfill a job, like they've got too many going on, or they are just super busy or something, they'll post on and see if anybody in this area can is willing to take on a job for them. So it's a way for you to get some more clients too, which is kind of nice. But here's that tattoo paper, and they work so good. Looks like they're messing with them, but yeah, there's all kinds of people on here posting things. But anyway, yeah, it's a really good resource. If it's after hours, after our business hours, something you gotta ask a question. It's a good place to go and a good place to get ideas. I mean, these people just blow me away with some of the stuff that they do. But anyway. Let's see, anything else on here I need to cover? So I showed you our resource page at Stitch International. That's got pretty much everything you need to know as far as just resources go to learn new things or look for videos. There is a video linked on there that goes over the software, by the way. Let me pull that up real quick again. I've already got pulled up. If you go to resources and then knowledge base, go down to white toner. I've got a video on how to use the Cadlinks software on here, how to set up the install. And then there's one. Oh, I've got it on there twice. I wonder why no one's ever pointed that out to me. Oh, no, that's for the different each printer. Okay, thought I was crazy for a second there. Software here. The softwares and features. Cadlink. Here's how to use the Cadlink software. So if you need a quick refresher, that's like a 15-minute video. Obviously, it doesn't go into the detail that I did, but if you need a quick kind of refresher or you're hiring your employees, that's a good video too. And then I got links to all the videos for the different papers and all kinds of stuff on here. But this is a good resource page to find links to things that you might use. I'll post this link in the chat. So if you want to bookmark it or something, you can. Let's see, what else? That's really, I guess, really about it. This is our phone number if you need to call us. It used to be that you hit option 2 and it went back to support department. Now you hit option 2 and then 2 again to get to Oki. So when you hit option 2, it'll take it in and it says, do you want SWF or do you want digital transfer printing or whatever? And you would just hit option 2, which is that digital transfer printer support. And then that actually goes straight to my phone. So, and if I can't answer, it'll actually then move to Kelsey's phone, who's the other tech here. So, other than that, just remember that she's going to send that survey out probably today or Monday, and it'll just be a quick survey. Did you enjoy the class? What was your favorite part, least favorite part? That kind of questions. Shouldn't take you more than 2 or 3 minutes to finish it. That's it. That's all I got. Let's see what questions we got. Sunny Scopa tattoo paper. Let me look that up. That does not sound familiar. I worked with the Forever tattoo paper, but I assume it's pretty similar. Sunny Scopa. Huh. Yeah, no, I haven't personally worked with this, but it's probably almost an identical concept to Forever related or Forever's. Here, we don't need the audio. I was just curious to see how they apply it. Oof. Yeah, it looks just like Forever Darks. So it's probably a very similar product. It works really good. I would assume that if this is similar, it's going to be a very similar quality. Oh, had bad reviews? Okay, well. Which we got this one, which was cheaper than Amazon. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it could be that it's, a lot of times whenever people have trouble with it, it's because of the settings they're using. And it usually ends up being not the paper's fault, but usually the settings that cause the problems that they're complaining about. Whenever you printed with it, did you print through the Digital Factory software? Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of bad reviews end up being user error that caused it, and they're just mad about it because they couldn't figure it out. Did you choose the Forever laser or Forever tattoo paper setting, or did you leave it on Forever Dark? Generic tattoo setting. Oh, okay. Then that probably means that the paper itself is a different weight than what the generic tattoo settings are set for. I wonder if it tells us the weight of this paper at all anywhere. Oh, this is for inkjet. Oh, wait a minute. Never mind. Large format printers, Samsung printers. They tend to be less compatible under print settings. Set the media type to label paper. Did you change it to label paper or heavy glossy paper? Oh, it was the application process that wasn't working. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about that then. It might just be it could be just crappy adhesive, to be completely honest with you. And it could be this, it could have been the settings on that paper. You might try to change it to that label, which I'll show you where to change that to. You come in here, let's just change this to the generic tattoo paper, yes. And under page that you would change down here is actually set to labels. But it said label glossy, didn't it? Label paper or heavy glossy paper. I wish it would give you the weight of the paper. That would be a lot more helpful. Because just because it says label paper or glossy, it doesn't mean that printer is going to print the same way as another one. Sounds like the people who are selling this don't really know that, don't realize that you're going to have multiple different printers. So to troubleshoot that, I would probably try changing this to I would probably try changing it to transparency if that, yeah, transparency if that's an option, and see if it prints better, or if it, oh, it's 175. See, that's a lot more helpful. So the generic setting puts it at 217 to 250, which is not 175. So I would drop it down to ultra heavy 1. Drop the media weight to ultra heavy 1. It'll probably print better. What could be happening is the adhesive, or is the toner, and like, since the weight of the paper is not as heavy as what this is set for, it's probably causing the toner to get a little overcooked in the fuser. And then when you go to apply it, and it's probably overcooking the adhesive that's sticking to it too. And it's probably causing it then not to stick quite right. So I would try dropping your media weight down to the ultra heavy 1, because, or no, I'm sorry, yeah, ultra heavy 1, because I'll put it within that 175 gram range. That's what I would do. I would try that. Which, if you wanted to create, I can show you an example of like creating your own media type here. So if you go to devices and manage print modes, so where you can add new papers, if you take that generic tattoo paper, right click on it and hit edit. And like, this is like, if you're going to be using this, if this ends up working really well and you use it long term, you could click on that and then go to printer options, I believe, and then change this to that 175 or the ultra heavy 1. So it puts it within that range for the fuser, and hit save. Then it'll automatically change that every time to that setting. So if we went to a different paper, okay, and then went back to that generic tattoo paper, you'll notice now that if we look at the page, it automatically sets it to that ultra heavy 1 now. So that way, if it works, then you can set that, change that what that defaults to, and then that way you can use it every time for generic tattoo paper. But yeah, I would try try to change the media weight to ultra heavy 1, because that's going to be within that amount of grams of weight. And that may take care of your problem of it applicating wrong, because it might be that it's just overheating that adhesive or whatever is going through the printer. But if not, try the Forever Laser Dark or try the Forever Attach Paper. Works really well. So, any other questions? All right. Well, if you guys need anything else, just give me a holler, and I'm here pretty much every day from 8:30 to 5:30 or 8:30 to 4:30, and we can help you wherever you need. So, I guess that ends it. Well, I appreciate it. I guess I'll go ahead and end the session, and like again, just call me if you need me. So. Hmm.